Yo, what's up, Squirt? W Streamer, yo, what's up, Thugged Up? Got you, Squirt. I still have the chili potato from my first Bandos trip. That's funny. That's funny. Any pets yet? I got two of them. I've gotten two pets. That's it, though. Only two measly, pathetic pets. Trying to find something I could sell here. Hmm. I guess we just sell Zora skills, actually. Fuck it. No pets, unfortunately, recently. Sadly. You're halfway through the semester? That's crazy. That's wild. Yo, you know what's up? We can't take type shit. Yo, I feel that. I feel that squirt. I feel that.
Appears range is one of the best ways to kill this specific boss, so gear up with your best range gear. I know the blowpipe works pretty decently, but it sounds like the Bofa may be best in slot in terms of this fight in specific. So just get yourself an anti-poison along with some good range gear and plenty of food, and kick off your key into the door and it'll start the fight. Go ahead and protect from mage, and then just keep your distance around the room as well as you can. As soon as that little shadow comes around him, just keep 4 or 5 tiles away so you don't get hit by that shadow barrage. Whenever these little shadow rifts appear, make sure you kill them as fast as you possibly can, and then just continue with those exact same steps. Those are all of the mechanics in this fight, so then all you have to do is more DPS. Make sure you get as far away as you can as soon as that little shadow attack appears, because it just continues to get bigger. And you could potentially be hit like 40 pluses if that does hit you. Kill the little scarab spawns so it doesn't cause fire to fill up the entire room, and then make your distance on the shadow attack. And now we basically just rinse and repeat all of those.
Alright, it seems pretty easy. I should hopefully be able to kill him.
And just like that. That's why I recommend you just keeping your distance. Even though he does walk within melee range, I would just continue running around, because right there, even though I saw the shadow come up, I was too close and I got absolutely thwacked.
Okay, here we go. There's nothing. Sit here and let our regen run.
We're the three amigos. We don't need a fourth amigo.
Hi, Brock. I'm Walt.
You can't force your employees to breathe secondhand smoke. I know for a fact that that is illegal.
Great.
Each week we break down another Breaking Bad episode in order. This week it's season 5, episode 3, Hazard Pay. I've got 25 details you might not know.
Hey, Dan.
I've got my paralegal with me today.
I get the dramatic reveal, but where was Mike hiding before this? There's one shot of Mike's name tag that's close enough to read that his alias is Stuart Rucker.
Hey, Dennis, have a seat.
Mike looks so funny in a suit.
Deal you had with Fring, still in
The
place.
feds took away my hazard pay. Sooner or later, someone's gonna flip.
Everyone gets their hazard pay, including you. I've got something new. It's gonna make you whole.
Who's next?
APD's got Martinez across town. McGann's up in Sandoval. Holt and Calez are in lockup in Los Lunas.
Hey, let's go! Open up!
Stuart the paralegal is grumpy. As the camera cuts, the box and suitcase swap hands. It's interesting that they showed Dean's name right before this.
I think I'll put that on the top of the toilet. What could possibly go wrong?
Are you moving back in?
Yeah, I'll keep the condo for now. And selling it in this market, I'd get killed.
Do you really think that's a good idea?
Yes.
I swear it looks like Mike is writing random letters, but maybe I just can't read his handwriting. This is the only time we see Mike and Huel together, other than in your comments.
We're the three amigos. We don't need a fourth amigo.
If anything, Saul's the fourth amigo here.
Mike's okay.
He said he was gonna break my legs.
He probably threatened someone before breakfast this morning. It's what he does. Come on, throw a pair.
Let it be noted that I do this under duress.
Duly noted.
Right. Let him in. Mike, I'm extending you.
Now that we're all together, I don't tell you how to mix your chemicals and whatnot. You do not tell me how to take care of business. Is that absolutely clear?
Sure.
All right, let's take the tour.
You're okay with that?
Yes, he handles the business, and I handle him.
The tour sort of follows the rule of 3. We begin with the box factory.
This is your best bet.
The following is a true story for Vince.
You know, I worked in a box factory one summer in high school.
Although Vince only lasted about a week. He was not cut out for hard labor.
You know what this is? It's a corrugator.
False. This is a real box factory, but that's not a corrugator. The corrugator was in a different spot that was hard to film. They kept the line, but went with this machine because how many people know what a corrugator looks like? And what are the chances that a YouTube channel would come along and nitpick every minor detail? And time for an experiment. The channel just surpassed 30,000 subscribers, but way more people are watching the videos. If you haven't yet, could you please take a second to subscribe?
No more half measures.
I want to see how much we can boost that number today. Thanks.
It uses steam and salt to crimp craft paper for cardboard.
Which is great, right?
Steam
No.
and salt.
No, I
You
died.
can't just pop down to
No stamina. I need to pop a stam pot.
And this is a real tortilla factory. It wasn't
Oh my
originally in
God.
the script, but they discovered it while scouting locations. Visiting would normally require hairnets and protective coverings, so the show had to buy all the tortillas produced on this day.
Anything food related is going to have unannounced government inspections.
This meeting should have been an email, or at least Walt should have mentioned this on the ride over. Aaron decided to do this on his own and didn't realize how hot it would be. He only did that once.
No. Hell no.
Mike must not realize who runs the laser tag, otherwise he'd be saying the same thing. Last stop. Just like Saul's number, you used to be able to call this for a Vominos pest recording. The number is no longer in service.
Look, I get it. Just say no and we'll go get dinner.
Although this isn't a real exterminator, they did stock this location with relevant props like insecticides, rat poison, and fumigant. They used a fair chunk of their budget on this new, then purposely aged, custom-made tent.
Perfect.
How are we gonna fit a lab in here?
Who said here?
They could have gotten a used one for cheaper, but it was orange and purple, and you know how Vince is about
Up,
colors.
eh? What's up,
House
sir?
stays like that for days, and that's where we'll cook.
This is a clever plan with one small issue.
They tent 3-4 houses a week.
It turns out that tenting houses is almost never done in New Mexico. I guess because termites are the most common reason to do this, and the lack of humidity means New Mexico has the type of termites that you don't need to fumigate like this.
That's Ira. He's the owner. Roof is Sandor. Ladders Fernando. And down below, that's Todd. The burglars.
Skinny Pete and Badger are back after a 13-episode absence. This makes them 2 of 3 supporting characters to appear in all 5 seasons. Any guesses to the third character? Check the comments for an answer. Charles Baker is really playing. Matt Jones can actually play the guitar well.
Rock on, man. Solid.
You got any roadie cases?
For sure. What size?
Biggest you got?
It's rated for 900 pounds, so unless your band plays lead bricks, you should be okay.
This guy's name is Vaughn, a Danish name. So, I really wanted a Denmark mention comment, but nobody had said it. In the channel member chat, I asked if anyone wanted to say it, and this is what I get.
I'm gonna need 4 of them.
I'll throw in stenciling. What's your band called?
It should surprise no one that multiple Vominos pest bans now exist. It happens quickly, but here Jesse disguises methylamine as a pesticide.
If there's ever anything else you need from us, we would be all over it.
This is the only time we see Mike with Badger and Pete.
Maybe someday.
Keep on keeping on, brother.
Surprisingly, they digitally added Skinny Pete here. They thought it looked better than him leaving behind the camera. Imagine how many other scenes could have been improved with a Skinny Pete exit.
This is not meth. Everything's the same, except for one important detail.
No stealing.
No stealing.
That's smart.
Not the spare change between the couch cushions, not the panties out of the hamper.
That includes you, Walt. The Vominos calendar looks like February 2013 or possibly May 2009, but regardless, it doesn't make much sense.
Time to time, you're gonna see these two. If they tell you to jump, you jump. You need a name for them? You call them yes, sir, and no, sir.
No, I thought we'd put a collar on the tank, and on the day we just kind of twist it into place.
Jesse is definitely contributing some good ideas in this partnership.
That's good.
When I was down in Mexico, there was this plastic hospital tent.
Hi, sorry.
This is Brock.
Hi, Brock. I'm Walt. I understand you were in the hospital.
Look at that eye roll.
I should go.
I was thinking I could make us all some dinner.
Let's just stay for a beer at least.
Sure, why not?
Holy crap. How much poison are you using?
That's not how much. It's getting it where it's needed.
Sir? Sir? There's a nanny cam in the living room clock. I disabled it. I just thought you should know.
What's your name?
Todd.
That Todd seems like a go-getter. There's Jesse demonstrating his collar idea and Walt nodding approvingly. This is the debut of new cook suits. They went from the hot and crunchy Tyvek suits to the shiny track suits to a new material that combines the best attributes of both. There's another fake Cyfluthern label. They went with a translucent inner tent so they could film some scenes on a soundstage. They were going to do these animations themselves, but found this footage on YouTube. This reminds me of the first Walt and Gale montage, which seemed so calm and orderly. The music is also ironic because Gale's the one who was...
Jazz.
An homage to this scene appeared in a Simpsons intro.
Seeing you with Andrea and that little boy is nice. And the way she looks at you. Oh. You think? Oh. Have you thought about what your plan is vis-a-vis honesty?
Yeah.
She doesn't know anything.
Secrets create barriers between people. Speaking from experience, believe me. All that you've done, it's a part of you. You'll have to decide how much you'll share with her.
Everything? Like Gale?
Such subtle manipulation here. He knows Jesse would never tell Andrea everything he's done. Instead, he'll start doubting that he can be in a successful relationship due to his dark secrets. Then Walt can have all of Jesse's loyalty and avoid another Jane situation.
I know you'll make the right call.
They're leaving streaks. This more ethnic-looking one, he's doing a great job, but the other one, they have to go in circles. Guess what?
What?
No, really, I want you to guess.
People who say, guess what, and then actually expect you to guess. I hate those people.
Really? I really... Okay, Hank's back at work. That's wonderful. We have another big event coming up. Well, it's birthday. Have you thought about what you're gonna do?
I don't think we're gonna do anything this year.
Of course we're gonna do something. Listen, I've had my problems with Walt. Why he wouldn't come to the house when we were all practically begging, whatever. Water under the bridge.
It doesn't sound like the water has made it under the bridge yet.
What are you doing? You don't smoke? You haven't smoked since college. You can't be serious with the baby and Walt? You can't force your employees to breathe secondhand smoke. I know for a fact that that is illegal.
Marie! Shut up.
No.
What? I am simply saying that you...
Will you shut up?
Hey.
Shut the hell up. Shut up. Shut up.
Skylar,
shut up.
please
Shut up.
stop.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Skylar has reached her breaking point, and although Marie was being annoying, Walt's actions are behind this. Ah, so they have cockroaches, but tenting is
I
still
can't
like
even
the
see it.
overkill.
I can't even see the swarm.
Where's Skylar?
In the bedroom, she's resting.
Is everything okay?
She just yelled, shut up, over and over again. I'm not leaving here until I know what's got her so upset. Are you gambling again?
Yes. say yes.
It's time to tell me the truth, Walt. All of it.
You're right. Methamphetamine. I'm a manufacturer. I'm not a dealer.
Oh my God.
Just kidding.
You heard about Ted Beneke?
That couldn't explain Skylar's.
Is it good? You do know, right? You must know. Oh, God.
Diabolical.
She was having an affair. Was she?
This guy got 600
Marie, for once,
HP.
is at a loss
I
for
just
words.
realized that.
I won.
He seems pretty satisfied with himself, and this is a callback to some
Oh,
other
shit.
bad guys.
Ooh.
Hey, you okay? Really?
The ceiling she's staring at is actually a wall from the editing room. This is a nod to Vince's famous Mr. Chips becoming Scarface pitch of the show. In fact, this Scarface scene was originally in the pilot script, but including it probably cost too much money at the time.
Shout out to my air fryer. Hey, why don't you join us if you feel like it?
Yeah, join us.
The big question is, does Walt wonder why Hector's in this movie?
Everyone dies in this movie.
That was an ad-lib, so I don't think it's meant to foreshadow anything. Once again, this season they're using real money for close-ups. Now, these are fake. Besides for motion picture use only, the 50s have someone other than President Grant on them. Supposedly it's Vince.
No.
Oh my God.
$367,000 each.
Ooh, Mike, you're short.
You're forgetting about the mules. They get a flat 20%.
Transportation is worth 20%.
Oh no, I'm so dead.
What did Gus pay his?
Walt thinks he's asking a smart
I'm
question.
so dead.
He spent 20 years building his own distribution. He had 16 refrigerator trucks.
Oh, this
his
is so
product.
close.
You don't like paying 20%. Maybe you shouldn't have killed the guy.
Burn.
Since you're putting on the green eye shade.
That's a reference to the green visor accountants used to wear. It means being overly concerned with finances.
The methylamine is free this time. The next barrel is going to cost big. Can we continue, or you got any more burning questions?
Okay, kid, you fronted us 120 to get us going. So that's 40 from him and me.
For some reason, each stack only has $35,000 in it, and I'd question whether each band really has the right amount because the stack from Jesse's pile is suspiciously short.
Ira gets 110 for our piece of the business and 25 per cook.
I feel like these stacks are a bit short, but it's hard to tell.
Goodman's cut, 18,000 from each.
And that's got to be way more than $18,000. Plus, the stacks left behind don't match the next shot of the table either.
Legacy costs.
Legacy costs? I got 9 guys. And right now, some of them are in jail and more will be soon. The feds RICO'd their hazard pay. So, we are gonna make them whole. We. Business is my end.
Just take it out of mine. I don't care. Just take it.
No, I'll pay my share. Go ahead.
My guys are an ongoing expenditure, so you best get yourself comfortable with it.
137,000 is less than with Fring.
Listen, Walter,
It's back. It's been so long, and it's not looking good for this prediction.
just because you shot Jesse James, don't make you Jesse James.
That's intentional foreshadowing.
How are you feeling?
Broke it off with Andrea. Yeah, I'm still gonna take care of the rent and stuff. It's the right thing to do.
You're more likely to run into a cheater than a seer this season.
His
It's so true.
manipulation worked, and he couldn't even bother to pretend to care.
You're looking at it wrong.
When we worked for Gus, we were cooking 200 pounds a week. This last batch, we didn't even crack 50 pounds.
Jesse's right. With a $15 million a year deal, Walt got the exact same amount after expenses. And even after legacy costs, he earned 4 times the amount per pound. So Walt's
Less than with Fring.
comment is pretty dumb. Was he just trying to get Jesse mad at Mike? And since that didn't work, he switches to a new tactic?
Been thinking about Victor.
What he really means is he's been thinking about Mike.
I was sure that Gus did what he did to send me a message. It's all about me. Maybe there's another reason. Victor trying to cook that batch on his own, taking liberties that weren't his to take. Maybe he flew too close to the sun, got his throat cut.
Walt, the handler of Mike,
And I handled him.
is thinking Mike's flying too close to the sun.
So you best get yourself comfortable with it.
And is once again trying to subtly plant a thought in Jesse's mind. Based on Jesse's reaction, I think he gets the implication. And now for more film artifacts I missed in previous videos. Feds up in Roshi 710.
Bro, the way this guy does his memberships is just so insane, so smart. Bro, I loved last night, man. We shit on that cheater, bro. That was insane. You just dink him with the winger dinger just as he's falling. That was so cool. How many? 190 fucking amethyst darts. Oh, excuse me. Rocky. Hey there. Thanks for the kisses. And we just wait for run energy to come back. My toast taste that good, eh? Where's my big bellied boy? Huh? Where's my big bellied boy? Hey. Well, let's just hop into it, I guess. What the fuck? Oh, oh my god. Kill this. Oh, what the hell? Come on, we gotta kill this fucking guy here, right? 100%. $11. There we go. Woo. Didn't even get poisoned right there. What the hell? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Gets his boss. I'm gonna go ahead and throw on Protect Melee. And kill these Minifite shadows as soon as they spawn. That is the one attack you need to avoid, is the lightning attack. As soon as he's about to call it, you need to go ahead and run through him. Let's go ahead and use a Dragon Warhammer spec on him. Solid. As soon as he's charging up just like that, that's when you want to go ahead and run through him. He'll lean over and basically get ready to charge, and whenever he does the little call attack, he's going to summon one of his shadows. But as soon as you see him like kind of crouch over and start to charge up, you're going to want to run either through him or in a square directly beside him. Just there's the charge, and then run straight through him and you'll be fine. At that point, it's just kind of rinse and repeat. Just continue killing the shadows as soon as he spawns them. He'll probably spawn one here in the next couple game ticks. There it is. There's a shadow spawn. Basically like he's casting a spell. Kill these as quick as possible. There's him charging up. He hit me with both stats at the same time, and I got absolutely swacked for a 40. No big deal. You just eat up, and we're back at it. Just be careful you don't get hit by what I was right there, where he does the little double attack. You're killing the shadow, and then he starts his secondary attack, because that one does much more damage than just letting the shadow heal a little bit longer. So whenever you're attacking the shadow, just keep an eye on him to make sure he's not doing both at the same time, like he is again once right now. And then just go ahead and finish off the damage. This should be the kill right here. There we go.
Alright,
Could have brought up stamina pot. Oh well. Stop rocks. $23 mil for a DWH. Low-key might invest in it. For bossing? Low-key might invest in it, boys. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, final boss fight coming up. Gotta go over here, fill this up. Alright, I'll be right back. See what's up downstairs. Thank you, Jack. I do that. Yo, what's up, Sean? We're just doing a quest here, buddy. This is a really important quest for the account. Redeem toke. I'll take a toke after this. I'll take a toke after this boss fight. This shit's gonna be hard. Supposedly. No. Oh my god. I don't have my sprint on. Ooh. Okay, this isn't as hard as I thought. No. This isn't as hard at all. This isn't that hard at all. What the hell? This is easy. My goat. Yo, what's up, Dylan? You guys are my goat. Oh, I hit him for a clean 47 right there. We did it, boys. He's the people's go. Hey, you're my goat, chat. We did it, boys. Let's go. We just beat this fucking quest. That's huge. That's huge, boys. Let's go. We can now start doing raids. Oh my god. I can start doing raids with Squirmy. Let's go. That's huge. I should actually tell Squirmy Happy Thanksgiving. He's Canadian. I should tell the Squirmy Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, my man. There we go. Good stuff. How you doing today, Dylan? I do this quest and I'll be able to finish this elite clue too. I should be able to finish it anyway. What is? An equipable water skin. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Pretty good, for real. I kind of got all homework, but do at like midnight, so I'd rather watch my go. Hey, man, why not just get the best of both worlds? You know what I mean? Do your homework while watching me. That's what I would do. I would just sit here, throw on the stream, and just fucking have me in a picture mode. I had a fun weekend though, and pushed off all my work until now. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I'd be doing that too. I'm a procrastinator. That's probably why I was never like successful at YouTube. So I procrastinate too much, you know. Yo, just thought lounge. Let's
By the
do it.
summer of 2023, mother of two and positivity coach April
Positivity
Holt had a
coach.
following of over 200,000 on TikTok.
Positivity coach.
April built her quirky and optimistic
I'll tell you this, she didn't get a fucking following because of her positivity.
online image around her happy home life.
You know?
Her post told the story of overcoming adversity and manifesting great things.
But yeah, keep growing, y'all. Keep manifesting and have a great day on purpose.
In late July, April was found unresponsive in the bathroom of her home. She would die days later. While law enforcement was content to categorize the case as a tragedy of April's own choosing, the 29-year-old's mother knew better. This is the story of a mother's unflinching fight for justice.
Bro, her mom's a redhead? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Hi there, I'm Kevin, and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today's case takes us to the outskirts of Nashville, Tennessee, where a young
that guy never came to pick up my
entrepreneur and
PC project.
influencer met a questionable end. Let's take a
Kind
look.
of disappointed. That was an easy $2,000 I was gonna make right there. Well, not really make, but get.
April Holt celebrated her 29th birthday in early
How much
July
is in here?
2023. The young entrepreneur from Antioch had already accomplished
like
quite a
2
bit
mil.
in life. An independent lash technician, April had left her job and launched out on her own, building her own business and being her own boss.
Happy 29th birthday to me. I am blessed to experience another year of life. I have lived through 10,585 days.
As April reflected on her greatest achievements, she was most grateful for family, particularly her 2 children, 11-year-old Serenity and her 7-year-old son, Denzel. April was an engaged, loving mother. She shared the best of her family life with the world through her TikTok account. She focused on positivity videos, presenting a spiritual life and coaching her over 200,000 followers on the value of manifesting the life you want.
What do we do?
Her videos were at times motivating.
I just pray and send good energy to anybody who's seeing this. I hope you have an amazing day on purpose. Be intentional and grow just a little bit. Progress over perfection.
Sometimes they were goofy. From society.
I'm not here to
This
watch
was an
TikToks.
experience
Talk
she
about
learned
the
from
fucking
and
case.
overcame in her teenage years. April and her husband, 33-year-old Donovan Holt, lived the ups and downs of their marriage online. They shared their origin story, friends that became best friends, that became lovers, and eventually husband and wife, and parents to daughter Serenity, whom April had when she was a teen, and their son, Denzel.
That's the question. It's
I'm
rolling.
supposed to answer right now.
Yeah.
Being best friends. That came first. If we weren't friends,
You're so out of breath.
I am out of breath. But honestly, if we weren't friends first,
Homework is for losers right here. Damn,
the
I'm a
base of the
loser
whole
then.
relationship, the foundation was that we were friends. And so even through the bullshit, we can joke around and maintain that friendship. I mean, it's what kept us through our separation, honestly. So
Yeah.
being friends is important.
He really is like my bestest friend ever.
The bestest.
The best friend I could ever ask for. And
The
I mean,
best. That's how you know these motherfuckers
There
is
were rough
lying.
patches, including the period of separation that
best.
Donovan mentions. The couple had also faced financial hardship, bouts of depression, and serious health issues. Always positive, April framed their story as a journey of the pair overcoming adversity. The story that she told always ended with love and success. Not all of us are comfortable with sharing our personal struggles online for the world to see. Indeed, there are many reasons to be concerned for online privacy and the amount of personal information that is floating around the internet.
Hierarchy season started? Yeah, I've seen that
The
actually.
sponsor of the video, Hogo. Hogo is a privacy and money management app that is all about keeping your privacy, credit, and money safe while you get rewarded. You can
Smash that
simply
like, yo, I
swipe to
appreciate
get
you,
your personal
Dylan. Yeah,
data
G,
off of
brother.
broker sites selling your of a butt. Hogo has smart credit moves into gift cards that you can use.
Well, it's like I'm
right
trying to
away.
think I've ever met somebody that's played stupid in my life that good.
On the morning of Friday, July 28th,
You just say they're
April spoke
playing,
with
bro.
her mother, Jamie, on the phone briefly. They had plans to see the Barbie movie, but she couldn't make it that afternoon. They agreed to meet at their church the following day. It was just a few hours later that Jamie received a phone call, one that she would never forget. Donovan was on the other end. April had been rushed to the hospital, he said. Their young son had found her in the bathroom. She was in the shower, a plastic bag taped over her head. April wasn't breathing.
We were going to go see the Barbie movie. She said, Donovan has to work. I can't go to the movie, but I'll meet you at church in Blast. This is the Blast classroom tomorrow. The phone rang, and it was Donovan, and he said he was upset, kind of like in a panic upset. He's like, we found April. She wasn't breathing, and so she's in the ambulance on the way to the hospital.
At the hospital, Jamie recalled Donovan continued to act strangely. He was not expressing the kind of distress and confusion one would expect from a distraught husband, she thought. He allowed her to make all of the medical decisions regarding April's treatment as they fought to save her. Jamie recalled that Donovan held his head in his hands and he rocked back and forth. After 3 days of further emotional agony, on July 31st, April had still not regained consciousness. She was declared dead from her injuries. In November, the autopsy report was released. The results were not what Jamie had expected. The medical examiner concluded that the cause of death was suffocation. The conclusion reached by
This is
the
my
Metro
first kill
Nashville
on the
Police
KBD since I
was that
got
there
that.
had been no
Let's see what I
foul
get.
play.
Let's talk about how I'm gonna fake it till I make it while I put on lash extensions, because I had a mental breakdown the other night and I plucked all of my lashes off. I think I can have a video, maybe not. If not, then I'm just putting it for no reason. But yeah, let's get into it. So lately,
Kill this
I
fucking
have
guy. Let's
been
go.
going through just a lot, and I can definitely say that I'm in like a depressed state. Like I'm just overwhelmed, and
No, I never heard nothing about it. What's up with that?
Experiences on myself and how I've been, so I have to get out of this funk. So I'm going to literally fake it till I make it, and I've done this before. This isn't the first time.
Investigators informed Jamie Dickerson that her daughter's case would be closed. There was nothing further to investigate. Jamie rejected the decision outright. She told investigators that she would continue and walked out on them.
After they closed April's case, DA and everybody agreed to close it. I got up, marched out of that room, and I said, I'm not done. I'm going to keep investigating.
Jamie knew her daughter well.
What a boss.
She knew that both faith and resilience were qualities that April had in abundance. Jamie also believed that there was no way that April would have chosen to leave her children.
Wilderness.
Someone had taken her life, and Jamie believed that she knew exactly who that person was. 2 weeks prior to her death, April had filed for divorce. This was not the first time. The marriage had been a rocky one. Indeed, the couple had originally sought a divorce years earlier, leading to a 3-year separation.
You need to say clearly what happened.
As far as what?
You and I decided we were going to take our space, and what happened?
Yeah, and then I got into an entanglement with
An entanglement.
August. That's what I said.
An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship?
Yes.
Okay, so the story is that we are getting divorced because of our decision. It's my best friend. I still love her to death. Like, we still got a child together. We still gonna be hanging out. I'm probably gonna see her most days of the week, but
She's gonna be getting piped down by another man. What?
got
You
shit
ever
to
heard
do.
about drinking Ali
She has a path to go. I
Abulon?
got a path to go, but I passed a pair of lives.
Nah, I've
We
never
always
heard of
gonna
him,
be
man.
next to each other.
Yeah.
And who's to say what's gonna happen in the future?
When this
All
happened?
we know is right now.
San Diego
Right
TikToker Ali
It's the best- I
Abulaba.
mean,
I
it's
can't
like the
pronounce it.
best decision for both of us, right?
Abulaba.
What she needs to do for me to do
Sentence
what I
for
need to do.
murdering.
So
We can grow and heal and
that's it.
elevate. No hard feelings. This is not a messy divorce or anything like that. We don't do that. This is like I said. Like he said, this is my best friend at the end of the day. He has been
That's
before
crazy.
the relationship, before the marriage, before the kid. So nothing's gonna change that. So
Like, look at her, bro. Like, I would never lose this forever.
This man's got pain on the inside, boys. Holy shit. That man is hurting right there.
For real. And look,
so we're good, y'all.
for
We're good.
real, like, for real, for
Yeah.
real.
Promise y'all.
Nah, like for real.
April
for
and
real.
Donovan
Nah, like
separated,
for
but
real.
never formally cut ties.
Nah,
They
like for
continued
real,
to
though.
present a
Like, for
happy
real.
front to their followers. And perhaps some of this was genuine. Or perhaps they were in a deeply unhealthy cycle because after an
Oh, no,
extended
like, for
separation,
real.
the two decided to rekindle their romance and give it another go. In their videos, they prided themselves on their ability to forgive, to embrace open lines of communication,
for
and to
real.
grow as individuals while together.
Bro, it's a spade, bro, I'm not here for these TikToks.
Must reach Donovan for good. Donovan must have been just as certain. Jamie learned later that he had pawned his wedding ring just a week before April died.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain.
On July 28th, the day that April was found unconscious in her shower, she and Donovan had been having an argument. The details of their disagreement remain unclear. That morning, Denzel heard his parents fighting, but he could not distinguish the words that were being exchanged. He later recounted to his grandmother what he recalled from that horrible day.
On July 28th, she woke up, drank her coffee, journaled as usual, enjoying her peaceful morning, hugged and kissed her 7-year-old son, Denzel, and her husband then went into the bathroom and began to argue and fight. My 7-year-old grandson put his ear to the door and heard his parents fighting, and he looked underneath to see both of their feet. He then listened some more, but he couldn't understand what they were saying, and so he then ran to his room. His dad shortly after came into his room, and he got him dressed and he fed him. And he then had him go check on his mom. He asked him to go check on his mom. 911 was then called. We got to the hospital, and she had no brain function and no blood flow to her brain. We did not find out about the bag, which was not disclosed to us, for over 6 hours.
Bro, I used
In
to be
that
chilling
time,
up here in
her
free
husband
to
had
play,
went back to
killing
the
these ice
apartment 2
giants and shit in the
times,
wilderness all the time.
not knowing what was. No, I
I've
don't
been
know
in
what he was doing
America. Yeah, I've been to America when I
On
was really
July
young.
31st.
Like
of
my dad took me there.
2023,
He used
my
to be a
daughter
truck
was
driver, right,
pronounced
for
dead.
20 something years.
And I want
He
justice.
took me when I was younger, but I've never been like
What followed was a fight that Jamie would need to wage
for a
to
vacation.
apply public pressure to get the attention of the Nashville police, as well as the DA's office. She began with seeking exposure. Jamie sought out local news
You're
stations.
still young for
She
real. I'm
reached out to
27, bro.
area
I'm not that young.
celebrities,
I'm
and she
a
posted
young
about
man.
the case regularly on her social media. It was an uphill battle. After the investigation had been officially closed, it became difficult, if not impossible, to gain any traction in the media. Coverage of April's case on the mainstream outlets at that time completely ceased.
So guys, I wanted to let you guys know something, which I don't understand if I'm doing something wrong or how I reach out, but there has not been one news channel in the local Nashville area that has picked up April Holt's story, my daughter. Not one, from day one, and it's been 14 months, and I've reached out to Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 7, Channel 5, Channel...
Put that
any
one,
channel
yeah, I'll
out
put
there,
it on
including
after
I've
this. We
reached out
got
to
like what,
many of the
5,
celebrities
8
that are after-
minutes
not
left of this
will
one.
even respond
All right, Tony.
or take anything on.
You got my word. My
including
word.
Jamie
cool.
did not only campaign online. She requested the full case file and began researching. By lodging a formal complaint with the Community Review Board in Nashville, Jamie forced a full review of the handling of April's case. Eventually, the Metro Nashville Police Department launched a second investigation. 4 months later, they returned with a 47-page report. The re-investigation did not prompt a change in the categorization of the case or the nature of April's death, however. What it did provide was a wealth of detail for Jamie to scrutinize. She combed through the report and related documentation over many hours. The days turned into weeks and months while Jamie worked through what was available and tried to make
I'm
sense
trying not
of
to
the
die.
evidence
Mets
she
Dodgers
had to work
tonight?
with.
Oh, it starts tonight, eh?
Meanwhile, the
honestly,
grieving
I'm not
mother
even
also
interested
aimed
in
to
that
provide
series in
a
the
stable
slightest.
and supportive home life for her
I'm
grandchildren.
not even interested in the
She
rest of the
posted about
baseball
taking Serenity
games
and
this
Denzel
year.
to grief
Like,
counseling, She shared how their nightmares kept her and her
Genuinely
husband
gonna
up
be pretty
at all
shit.
hours.
They're just gonna
Jamie
force
also
the
spoke
Yankees
openly
Dodgers.
about her
Like,
own
umps are
grief,
already being
even
paid.
publishing a book
Call in
about her
favor of the
bereavement
Dodgers.
process
Call in favor of the
entitled
Yankees.
Grieving
Like,
Through
there's no
Grace.
way that they would let any other team
Proceeds that
go.
come from this book will
Too much
also
money's at
be,
stake to be made.
Publishing a children's book
Know what I
called
mean?
Grieve With Me, and that will be the next
Dodgers,
one.
Yankees,
that will
let's
be
go.
in
Fuck
series,
that
and
shit,
then,
dude. Two
Grieve
biggest
With
payrolls,
Grace,
they gotta
the
have
next
it. You know what I
chapter,
mean? They
is the
just
one
gotta.
that will follow this book.
She also became an advocate against domestic violence. Many of her insights highlighted the complex dynamic at work in many relationships. Abuse does not always look the same or the way we expect it to. During this period, there was also the struggle to keep the children together. In the months following his wife's death, Donovan Holt relocated to Texas. Not surprisingly, he wished for his son to join him
A lot of
there.
people fucking get mistake
Didn't come with
boundaries
on
with
that trip
abuse.
to go
It's pretty funny.
drop him off with
Like,
his
obviously,
dad.
this
She
is a
said
clear
she
case
just
of
couldn't
abuse.
do it. Who he was crying. Who he didn't want to go. He was crying and saying he said, "Grammy, I'll do anything I can to try to stay with you." I don't influence him in any way with his emotion. He's often told that I do, and I on that other side, but I would never do that. I want him to have an opinion of his own, and I want him to be happy, no matter where that is, whether that, I just want him to be happy and have a fulfilling childhood. And I want him to be with his sister.
Jamie's relationship with her former son-in-law was growing tense. In April of 2024, Jamie ceased her posts detailing her concerns over April's case, announcing that she had been placed
Give me
under
a sec,
gag
boys.
order.
I'm in a very high
While
risk
her online
spot.
advocacy took a
I
necessary
wanna die.
pause, Jamie's dedication to seeking justice for April nonetheless moved forward with full force. Initially, investigators had claimed that April showed no signs of trauma stemming from the incident that had caused
Alright,
her death.
my bad.
According
I
to
didn't want
Jamie,
to die.
there
I
were
think it's
visible
gonna be
signs on
Mets and
April at the
Yankees, New York
hospital
battle.
that
The
suggested
New York kind
this
of
was not
overrated.
true.
Really, you think the
April had noticeable bruises.
Mets might
The
go to the World
autopsy
Series, but
reported
I can't
marks
see it
on her
happening.
neck, her thighs, and her
To be
ankles.
honest, I just
She
can't
even
see
had a
it.
gash on her inner thigh.
She
The
had a
most
big ol'
significant piece of
gash on her
evidence
inner
in this report,
thigh.
which was overlooked by the initial investigation, could not be ignored. There was only one set of fingerprints on the bag taped to April's head, and there was only one set of fingerprints on that duct tape. Those fingerprints were not April's. They were a match to Donovan Holt. In September, Jamie confronted her former son-in-law directly with the information that she had uncovered. During this conversation, Donovan confessed.
And I said, "You can tell me the truth, or I'm going to go meet with the cold case team next Thursday and have this reopened." I'm not shocked. I don't have that emotion because I've been literally doing this for a year, knowing what happened. I already knew.
Jamie went to the police with the confession, which she had recorded. In light of this development, April's autopsy was reviewed, and its conclusion finally changed. The manner of death was formally recategorized to a homicide.
It's pretty wild that the mom had to do this. The police couldn't even do it.
On September 20th, 2024, the MNPD announced
No
that
cap,
Donovan
chat. I
Holt
used to sit
had
up
been
here and go and
arrested
run
in
and
San
grab these
Antonio
these three
after
cosmic
he
runes.
confessed to killing his wife
I'd be
directly
running and grabbing
to
those.
detectives. Donovan was indicted by a grand jury for reckless homicide, evidence tampering, and false reporting.
I also want to update you that there has been an arrest. The detective called me and did tell me that Donovan Holt has been arrested in the state of Texas for the homicide of April Holt. He is being transported back to Tennessee. And so that is the update for now. We do have him in handcuffs and he is being transported back. So now we're just waiting for the next steps.
Donovan was transported from Texas to Tennessee and held on a $75,000 bond pending an arraignment hearing, scheduled for October 23rd.
Relax.
After speaking with the Nashville Cold Case Unit, any ambiguity that remained in the case was resolved. The 33-year-old told police the same version of events that he had conceded to his former mother-in-law. He had angrily strangled his wife in the heat of an argument. To conceal the crime, he had dragged her into the shower,
Give me a
positioned
piece
the
of
bag over her
bandos.
head,
Give me the
and
top.
taped it in place.
Give me the top.
Then he left her to make lunch for their son. Only after Denzel had eaten, he asked him to check on his mother and proceeded to call the ambulance. April's children are with their grandmother, who has reported that they are doing as well as one could expect under the circumstances. Some days are better than others. Jamie has thanked her supporters on social
You're a
media
legend.
for
You're the
supporting
legend,
her
man.
and
I
the
appreciate
family
you guys'
through this
support.
horrific ordeal.
Appreciate your guys'
Her
support.
fight, it seems, is not quite over. Jamie is currently campaigning.
Yo, homeboy Tony, if you're still here, I haven't forgot about you. I gotta get out of the wildy, bro. I gotta get up out of the wildy and I'm on my way. Oh my god. Bro, I used to be camping up here, chat. No joke. I used to be over here killing these ice giants and shit. Except the ice giants were red. They'd be like almost one shot in me and shit. Good times. This could be dangerous. Where did it just teleport me? Okay. That's not that bad. Thanks, no worries, brother, no worries. What should you make for lunch? You should make like a deep fried chicken sandwich with some honey hot mustard and like some really nice crunchy pickles, yeah. Mm. I am the captain. You act like I'm Gordon Ramsay? I mean, shit, that's pretty easy to make, no? I thought it was pretty easy to make. Oh, dude, just saying that made my stomach start to rumble. Mm. Okay, so you want me to watch a video on this? Boy wanted me to watch a video on this. Let's see if they've got videos on this. They don't really have any videos, bro. They're all like a minute short. Sorry, Q. They don't even have his trial. Oh. There you go. I guess that's his trial. It's his closing arguments, though. Closing, no one. I want to watch his closing arguments. Pleads not guilty due to murder. This only happened 2 years. This only happened 2 years ago? There you go. There you go. I got you one.
Making that video and sending it to Anna.
Oh, this for TikTok play? Seriously.
Had not slept prior to sending that message from the night before, and that you had been using cocaine. Does that summarize where we
Some
left
cocaine.
off?
Yes. Yeah. Boy. Get it in ya,
What
champ.
we saw in the video of you exhibiting signs of being tired, yawning, and things like that, you did not go to sleep after making that.
No, I did not.
What did you do after making that video?
I started doing coke. I was just on my phone.
Dude was trapped in the void. He was sitting there just like this the whole time.
And also preparing to hit the road soon.
Watching TikToks, I bet.
At some point, did you decide to send Anna some groceries?
I did.
What were you thinking in doing that?
Around 8 a.m., I figured this would be the time when she would drop off Amira to school. And
My dude's sitting
I would
there.
start hitting the road at some point. That was when I wanted to do, like, kind of...
Literal IRL reenactment of that guy right there. No joke.
You know, I wanted to let her know that I still care about her and Amira, and I wanted to take care of them and feed them for the week. Because I had been staying at the house, but I had not been cleaning it. I had not been getting groceries. So I wanted to do that for them.
Were you having any reservations at all about going to LA?
Well, yeah, because every time I go to LA, and I guess...
Oh yeah, I had lots of reservations. Yeah, because I owe lots of people money. Because I do lots of drugs. Yeah.
Even though if it would probably be best for me to go to LA.
Yeah, yeah.
That by going to LA, I was scared that she would interpret it as me closing the door of any reconciliation or something.
The grocery order that you placed, do you remember placing it at about 7:20 in the morning?
Yeah, about.
About
Anna
time.
texted you at about 7:50 that
Maybe he's in the mafia?
thanking you and saying that she had listened to your video.
You never know.
Remember that?
Yes, but I'm not sure she was thanking me for the groceries yet.
I'm sorry. The message is thank you and I listened to your video.
Right, that's at some point she acknowledged the video I had sent.
And she told you at 7:50 a.m., I'm glad you finally understand.
Yes.
Then at 7:51, she said thanks for the groceries.
I forgot to mention, I also added roses in that order of groceries.
Why is that important?
It's extremely important because I wanted her to know that I love her and...
Objection not responsive to the question. Go ahead and finish your answer.
Thank you. I included the roses because I wanted her to know it was more than just me being a parent. I wasn't just getting groceries to be a parent. It was just, this is me showing you I want to step up, take care of my family.
I want to step up. I'm gonna murder your ass. Real smart, bro.
We're communicating over text
Real smart.
That morning.
I like the strat.
8:46,
I like the
Anna
strat.
said, I got food, thank you. And then she asked you if you got paid. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, at some point, we know that
I like the
based on
strat.
the Spire surveillance video from that morning, that you went over to the apartment in about the the morning hours of 10:21. Do you remember that?
I do.
Why did you go over there that morning?
I was so... When I had made the order for the groceries, I was really hoping that the roses would make an impact.
Do we go
on
do
her,
Vorkath
positive
now, boys?
impact on
I think
her.
we do.
I was really banking on it. I was really hopeful.
I was really banking on
I was waiting for the notification that the groceries were delivered. So I was just really, really anxious to hear what she would say about the roses.
Really
I got the
banking.
notification that the groceries were delivered. So I'm like, okay, cool. She got it. She's probably bringing it in or bringing it into the house at this time. She's gonna text me any minute. She doesn't text me.
Oh no,
I'm
it's
not
the end of the
getting
world.
So I thought that was strange. So I texted her first. I said, hey, is everything okay? She immediately responded, hey, got food, thanks. and that really caught me off guard because it's very dismissive. It's very short. She did say thank you.
Yeah, she's getting
but
plowed
she
down by
didn't
another dude,
acknowledge
homeboy. That's why.
the whole,
She had to keep
like,
it short and sweet, you know?
She didn't acknowledge the roses, and I thought that was so strange.
Objection not responsive, narrative.
Overruled.
Keep going.
Okay, I think the next question.
They said it was a double murder? That's
So,
supposedly it, yeah.
You're waiting for an
Here,
acknowledgement
here,
that
let's
what in
see.
your mind was a nice gesture and a romantic gesture.
Close.
She responded to the groceries.
He goes. TikTok star Ali Abulan ban. I can't pronounce that. Details the double murder. So yeah. Supposedly.
At some point, did you try to call her before you went to the apartment?
I believe so, and I'm not sure she responded or answered.
You, after placing that phone call and her not answering and not acknowledging what in your mind was this romantic gesture, what was going through your mind?
The cocaine had started to take effect. My anxieties, my worries, the same things that I'm worried about were starting to come back to me. This is not normal behavior from Anna. These are the thoughts that I was having. This is not normal behavior. She's being shady. Why didn't she say anything about the roses? I have to go talk to her. Because keep in mind, I'm thinking I'm about to hit the road for 4 hours to go to LA. So I wanted to just... Well, first of all,
I'm about to hit the road, and this motherfucker just admitted to wanting to drive to LA high as a kite off coke.
Just before I go.
What a genius. I guess that's the least of his worries now. He is in court for a double murder, right? The cocaine. Cocaine.
Well, I first noticed that a portion of the groceries were still sitting on the floor outside the front door, including a case of water.
Let me stop you there for just a second. At this time, did you still have a key for the apartment?
Yes. So I had a key card. These copies of these keys were all created in one go when we first moved to San Diego. When we moved into the Spire, they gave us 2 fobs for our keychains. I turned those in to Anna at her request because they belong to the apartment complex. But I told her I wanted to keep the ID card that I keep in my wallet in case I need to pick up my mail or if God forbid there's an emergency, because I didn't know she had a rental at the time, a BMW that she was renting. It was in my knowledge I was holding the Jeep so that they were carless. You know what I mean?
No, I don't,
I
sir.
also knew she might have been using Claire's husband's car. But the point is, for emergency purposes, I wanted to have access to the apartment and to be able to be there for them if I needed to.
Did you tell Anna that?
I did.
What was her response?
She didn't like it. She's like, "Oh, I'll just give you your mail. Don't worry." But I insisted.
Did she ever demand to get that particular, not the key fobs, which you gave to her, that key card back?
No, she didn't order me to give it back. She just let me know she wasn't completely okay with it. But this isn't some card that I just created moments prior. This is something I've had in my wallet the whole time.
So when you and Anna first moved in February of 2021?
Correct. I made one for her, one for me, and we had 2 like pocket circles that attached to our cell phone, so you can just put your cell phone up to the RFID reader. I have the email and everything.
So when you're thinking to yourself, all of these things are starting to build in your brain, your suspicions are coming back, you're thinking things aren't adding up, not making sense. You decided you needed to go to the apartment to talk to her.
Yeah, I thought it was really strange, and I had just given her such a, in my mind, I gave her a
I gave her roses. How could she not want to suck my cock?
I did this nice gesture with the roses, and I'm like, she's still being cold with me. What's going on with that?
So you went to the Spire building. Did you know from having lived in the Spire building for all of these months that there were security cameras?
Fucking TikTok famous, of course. What the hell's wrong with this stupid bitch? That's all I'm getting. The vibe I'm getting from this guy.
Hallways or in the lobby or in the parking garage? Were you aware of that?
The hallways where people live, there's no cameras.
You think he's innocent for real?
Yeah, I'm familiar with there's a camera in the garage.
So you knew that before 1021?
Oh yeah.
So when you got to the building, you used that
100%, bro.
key card that you had.
First, sorry. First, I texted Anna, said, "Hey, I'm here," and then I politely no. I didn't just barge in.
Did you then use the key card to go into the apartment?
I did, because I didn't receive a response.
What did you do when you got inside?
Well,
I beat the shit out of her, choked her to death. Come on, bitch, why you think I'm here?
All the groceries were on the counter, including the milk, that she had not even taken the time to put it in the fridge. And the first thing I see is my roses, or the roses that I sent, on the counter, and they're crushed by this like mini luggage makeup kit that she had, makeup bag.
Oh, my poor fucking gentleman.
She does it in front of the vanity mirror. So for me to see my roses crushed like this, and her makeup bag right on top of it still open,
My
I'm
poor
trying
guy.
to piece this information together. I'm thinking, okay, first of all, she didn't give a shit about the roses. Second, her makeup bag is here. It's open, so that tells me she's quickly putting her makeup on to go see somebody. That's how I interpret.
Oh, gee, I was right. She was getting dicked down by another dude. How surprising.
Go through some of the things that you were seeing in the apartment.
Yeah, I immediately realized she's not there. So I started looking around. I first opened up the second bedroom, which is the office. It used to be my computer room. And where Amira slept. It was a huge
Next to
mess.
that, bro.
There was 2 luggages there.
So
partially
him
open.
taking the drugs
It was a lot
isn't his
more
fault.
organized, but I started to rummage through it and throw things around.
I don't know about that one. You're still responsible for your actions, whether you're high or not. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's the
because,
plug's
again,
fault?
I expected
No,
that
it's
this
his
was
fault,
going to
bro.
be
He's the
another
fucking one
of those
doing the
interactions
drugs.
with Anna that might go not the way that I intended.
The plug ain't sitting there
So,
forcing the coke down his throat, you know what I mean?
When play for you.
He ain't blowing it up his ass or nothing, like, you know what I mean? This guy's sitting there willingly sniffing it up his nostril.
Can I see?
You're gonna hear it.
I was texting Anna also at the same time. Oh, sorry.
This will be Defense Exhibit 27 for the audio and Defense 28 for the transcript. Do you recall whether before you made this recording of entering the apartment, were you texting with Anna?
I was texting with Anna.
And what were you texting about?
At first, I wanted to see where she. Well, I asked her what she was doing. I had not let her know that I was in the apartment.
And what was her response?
But I agree, if you ain't got good shit, you shouldn't be. Shouldn't be telling it.
Well,
Like, these people's lives at risk out here, you know?
She said, I'm at home, stupid.
You obviously were at home and you knew that she was not home, is that right?
Right. This was the first time that she had blatantly lied to me with my knowledge.
With his knowledge, that's a good, good little toss in there. With my knowledge.
She's a liar. And she's lying to me. And my suspicions are skyrocketing. And now I'm just like, at this point I knew I can't believe anything she's telling me.
This guy's high as coke and he's putting all this together? I don't believe it.
Was that before or after you made this recording?
I don't believe
I think
it.
it was before, and that's why I was trying to bring this up.
Okay, so when you made this phone call, what were you saying to Anna?
Where are you? You're not home. I'm home. You're at Dunkin' Donuts? Like she said she was at Dunkin' Donuts to get iced coffee. And then I remember asking, give me a pan of like the car. Let me see if there's anybody else in the car with me. No, I'm not doing that.
This was the phone call that the prosecution.
I mean, she has every right to not want to do
part of
that,
it
though.
is recorded
No, owner.
on the Nest camera, is that right?
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know there was a Nest camera there.
No, I had no idea about that.
And in this phone call, we heard you.
I feel kind of bad for this guy because he actually thought this broad, like, genuinely
Yeah,
loved
she was
her.
like kind of laughing at
You know?
me for. She knew I was freaking out. She knew.
And he's
she
just
knew
a
she was lying.
fragile little dweeb who couldn't take that. She actually just used him.
To me, and I was in her apartment, and she's still continuing to mock me.
So then after that, that is when you went back into the apartment and made this audio recording?
I was still in the apartment, but I decided to. I resumed it, so I paused it for the phone call. And resumed.
Kill him right here. Doing kite shields, 3 of them? Yo, I'll take all of those.
Excuse me, just 1 second, Your Honor. I want to make sure I...
W kill effects. W loot right there, honestly. We're about to get a range level here too. 93 range coming up. Huge, boys.
If I could just have a moment, I want to make sure that I have the right one coming up.
Oh, dude. Bro, I'm getting rinsed. LA from Iraq? Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Did you like follow his TikTok or something? Is that how you know about him? Like, or did you just hear about it in the news? This is pretty interesting shit, honestly. Fucking diabolical how people can be so like terrible, you know? Absolutely crazy. Little man's ego, he got hurt, and he just goes and kills her. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, this is a Jin kid. You followed him, man? No shit. That's crazy. That's pretty nuts. You're from Canada, Dylan? Yo, me too, bro. Dap me up. That's what I'm talking about. Represent.
Positive 128. Hold on. As you were entering this apartment, did you run into anyone on your way into the apartment?
Maybe I should go finish my Slayer task as well.
No.
You didn't see the neighbors or anything like that?
No, no.
Task. I need to kill her 8 more times.
This is you walking up or walking around inside the apartment and sort of outside the apartment?
I believe it might have been shortly, like, entering in, and then observe it, you know, it's inspecting the apartment.
Yes, sir. The west side. West side. I'm an East Coaster. I gotta kill this fucking guy here. Right here. Right now. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's so scary.
Sleep. General. Pediatric dentistry. What is she giving? My kid. HIV infection overview. AIDS was reported once.
Having a hard time hearing what this guy's saying.
Because there's no vaccine for AIDS. What the fuck?
Yo, Jay, what's up?
Exam 1. Was AIDS?
I can't even understand what the fuck this guy's saying.
She's fucking lying. Send me a screenshot.
Alright.
I'm gonna stop it there, 508. It sounds like we're hearing like a clicking sound as though you're texting.
Yes.
Who are you texting in that moment?
Anna.
And so, as you're talking into your phone, you're also texting Anna back, or texting with Anna.
Right, I'm kind of narrating what's happening. Fucking lying. She's fucking lying. Oh my god, she's lying. She's lying. She's fucking lying.
Rocky. Just wait. Open the door after this.
She's lying to me. She said she's on a fucking new hire training call. 1 hour training on her phone. I said, where are you? She said, I'm at home. She's fucking lying. I'm at home.
Yo, getting dick down, homie. This guy's acting like he's the first guy this has ever happened to, you know?
Was that you texting again those sounds?
Yes.
Also to Anna or to someone else?
To Anna. As I fucking suspected, she's cheating on me. She's fucking cheating on me. She said she's home. She's not home. She just blocked me because I wanted to fucking find out where she is. She won't answer my call. Fucking cheating on me. Alright, Anna. You wanna fucking cheat on me? That's fine.
The homeboy right here sitting there like, low-key, this is when I decided to kill the bitch. That's low-key what he's thinking. Guarantee it. Of course he ain't. I'm coming, Rocky. I'm coming, man. Relax. Holy fuck, dude. You're bossy, man. Who do you think you are? You think you're running the show over here? I don't think so, dude. Get going. Go. Hello, Stinky. Hello. I think he's a piece of shit. That's what I think. I love how stupid this guy is. He's literally like filming himself, like getting ready for the crime, you know? It's like, yeah, I'll show this bitch. Genius. That's some real TikTok brain right there.
She's cheating on me? She blocked me? You blocked your husband? You're cheating on me?
Looks like there at 7:46. That's the end of the actual talking. The recording, though, continues to be a total of 12 minutes and 50 seconds. So, is that what you recall having the phone on still?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking in this video, when I stopped you, you said that you were narrating it. We heard later, after the shooting incident, on the Nest camera, that you didn't know the Nest camera was there, right?
Right.
We hear you in that Nest camera talking to yourself then as well. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is this something that you were doing on a regular basis during this time period?
When I'm alone, yes.
And so when you describe it as you're narrating on this and you're recording it,
Dude's high as fuck off code. Of course he's proud of himself.
Narrating was a bad word. What I was trying to say is I was vocalizing my thoughts. I'm thinking aloud.
is this in line with what you were doing with the taking of the notes and writing those things down to record them for yourself?
This is me trying to gather my thoughts, trying to understand what's going on, and it's always subject to change. I mean, 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm down, 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm the bad guy, 1 minute she's the bad guy, you know? So.
When you were
Let's go.
we're having this moment where you're
This
talking to yourself
man
and
is
collecting the thoughts and saying, you know, she's
just describing being high off
cheating on
blow.
me, she said she's home, she's not home.
Mine's just racing.
Couldn't it have just been that she didn't want to tell you where she was? Why in your mind did you immediately jump to, she's not telling me where she is, this means she's cheating?
Because it probably was.
Well, there's a level of I know Anna. I know why she does certain things, right? What certain things could mean. But also it's the buildup of like leading up, you know, the circumstances of what I'm seeing. My roses crushed, the makeup bag open, her saying she's home but she's not. The lack of acknowledgement of my. I mean, the cheating thing was going on. I mean, the suspicion of that she's cheating on me had been going on for months. And I'm constantly, 1 minute I'm thinking it's happening, it's prevalent, and then sometimes I just brush it under the rug. Maybe I'm just crazy. And then again, I
Maybe yeah, I'm just insecure.
And then sometimes she'll tell me something, and I believe her that she's not cheating on me. So the whole cheating thing is.
Homeboy was never told
like
as a kid. She's not yours.
It's been going on for so long. So that's of course going to be my first conclusion.
Now, after making this recording, did you stay in the apartment?
I started rummaging the apartment. I started throwing some her stuff away. I threw away her makeup. I smashed some of the groceries. I threw the roses on the ground. I was having a huge tantrum. I mean, like, you see how that ended? The level of my voice? That's how that continued off recording. Or on.
So we hear on the Nest camera footage from that time in the morning to a loud banging sound. And the garbage chute on your floor is very close to your apartment, is that right?
It's just outside my door to the left.
And so that loud banging sound that we hear on the nest, is that you throwing things of hers down the garbage chute?
It's the door. It's the trap door of the chute shutting and closing in between while I'm throwing things away.
So the way that video ends, like you said, with your voice being very ramped up and agitated, that's what led into the throwing away of her belongings and damaging the apartment.
Right. At that point, I had been, like I said, I was set off. I was triggered. I was explosive. At that point, I'm just acting on impulse and rummaging, and I'm throwing away her shoes. I'm throwing away her bikinis and stuff like that.
After that, did you at some point calm down?
This guy's acting like how most
did.
chicks
So
act
what happened was
in a
I started to
relationship.
feel severe exhaustion. I felt so completely drained mentally and physically. I didn't know what to do at this point. I'm like, okay, I think she's cheating on me. Should I stay and wait and see if maybe she'll come in with the guy, or no, I'm too tired for that. I need to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. I have not slept. So that's what I decided, that I'm going to go back to the hotel. But I also realized that, you know what, this moment is the most that I felt that this is actually, that my suspicions are actually real. I didn't want to lose this opportunity to catch it. So in that moment, I saw my daughter's iPad on the table, and like a stupid idea that just right on the spot, Discord. I thought about Discord, which is a platform. Do you want me to describe that platform, or just keep going to what happened?
I'll ask you a question about it. It's a platform that can be used to live stream something happening, right?
It's a community server for like people to join a community on things that they like, and they can make voice chats and voice channels, and they can stream video games or stream their computer. It's like a chat room with voice and audio.
And this was something that was already downloaded back in 2018 on your daughter's iPad.
Correct, and on my phone and on my computer, because I managed a community of 2,000 members for the GenKid community.
And so when you said you saw your daughter's iPad and then had the idea in the moment of trying to catch what was happening, what did you do?
My man was so proud of that. I had 2,000 members
on my daughter's iPad. That was a separate account. So I had him join the open voice channel. It wasn't a call. It's not something you can hang up. It's just a voice chat channel. And any user who hops into this voice chat channel, by default, their microphone is turned on, unless you hit the mute button. So it's just for places for people, as many as they want to communicate. So the iPad joined in the channel, and then I joined it with my phone.
After you did that, where did you put the iPad?
There's behind my bed. There's like this strange little cutout area. Looks like a little cubby. I don't know if it was by design or what, but I placed it there because obviously I wanted to be discreet about it, but I wanted to catch them having sex. I knew if they're gonna have sex, they're probably gonna do it on the bed. So I placed it there.
Boy, was he wrong.
After doing that, you said you left the apartment?
Immediately.
Then after leaving the apartment, where did you go?
I went back to my hotel.
Move, bitch!
Took off my clothes and I fell straight asleep.
At some point, do you remember being woken up?
I did.
What is the first sort of memory you have as you're waking up? What are you hearing?
I woke up and I hear giggling. I hear a man laughing. And then I hear Anna's voice. And I'm half asleep and I'm just absorbing all this, and immediately I'm like, oh my god, that's Anna. Oh my god, who's that man? Who's that?
Dude, this is the part that I'm having trouble believing. He's not just falling asleep when he's just fucking rinsed off a blow like that. You ain't just falling asleep, homie. He sat there listening to that shit the whole time, and I'm willing to put my money on it.
That man. Oh my god, there's a man. I'm saying this out loud to myself, freaking out. I mean, I feel like I caught Bigfoot or something. Like, you believe he's there, but you don't have the truth. But then now there's this evidence, and it's just like I'm freaking out. So.
What did you do next?
I quickly put my pants back on. I gathered my keys. I grabbed my coat. I started to do a couple bumps because I knew okay, there's a man in my house. I need to be focused because I want to be in the zone here.
Yo, what the fuck kind of logic is that, bro? I need to be focused, so I just started railing bombs. Yo, these fucking drug addicts will make up any excuse, dude. I swear to God. It's fucking funny, dude. I needed to be focused, so I just started one after the other. That shit's fucking funny, man. I knew I needed to be focused. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Anyways, progressing.
You know what I mean? Because I was still half asleep. So I was just slamming back some coke and yeah.
How much coke do you think you did in that moment?
I was just so like.
I want to say 4 or 5 bumps consecutively.
That's it. What a pussy. That's it. Come on, man. You gotta step that up. Get with the times, bro. We in 2024. You gotta do at least 8 of them
How much
bitches.
is a bump in your usage, if you know?
It's like a tiny little, but it's effective.
Do you think it totaled half a gram that you used there?
Or maybe even a gram.
Maybe even a gram? I don't believe it. Nah. This guy is boasting. And he starts rubbing his nose. He's just a little fiend. Especially with the way he was just doing it. Get over here, you little rat. Hey, you little rat. Great court scene. It's been a good one so far.
You said that you got up and kind of were gathering your things and put on your pants. At this time, were you always carrying your gun on your holster on your belt?
I had been for the last few days.
Is there any particular reason why you were doing that for the last few days?
Well, I'm a concealed carry permit holder in the state of Virginia, so yes, I used to wear regularly concealed every day, but that doesn't apply here in California. However, when I had moved out, or when I left the apartment on the 18th, all my expensive belongings were in my Jeep. My Jeep, my iMac computers, my personal property, it's all there, laid out in the open. The windows are not tinted. So I wanted to carry concealed in the event that I found a break-in or a robbery or something like that.
So when you put on your pants, your belt was on your pants?
Correct.
And the holster was already on your pants?
And the gun, yes.
So you throw all of that on and you get into the Jeep?
Correct.
And where did you head from there?
I had that gun on me when I visited the first time that morning. Yeah.
So when you were at the apartment earlier that day, you also had the gun on you?
Correct. So this is just something I was carrying, basically.
When you got into the car, where did you go?
I put the GPS on for Spire.
When you were in the car driving to the Spire building, is the Discord app still running what's happening in the apartment?
It's like running in the background, yes. I can hear the audio in real time. Yeah.
What were you hearing as you were driving over to the apartment?
So I'm already like freaking out, high out of my mind. I'm already amped up. I'm driving over 90 miles an hour.
Him saying he's amped up isn't helping his
in an
case.
attempt to
By the
hurry
way.
up and get there so I could hopefully catch it before it happens, or stop it with my presence, because I just didn't want it to happen. I was hearing, I heard that they were making fun of me. He was like, "Did Ali make this mess?" Keep in mind, I didn't know who he was. He's like, "Did Ali make this mess?" She says, "Yeah," and he bought me these cheap ass flowers. Let me just tell you, when you hear your wife talk shit about you to an undisclosed man, that is fucking painful.
No, it's painful. He's getting shot
90
though.
miles an hour, already like freaking out. But then what happened was the voices stopped. Suddenly there was silence, and I'm like, "What? Why don't I hear anything? Why they stop talking?" Next, I start hearing R&B music playing.
Let me stop you there. As you were driving over there, you were texting with this friend Sammy, who you had planned to go and see later that same day. Is that right?
Yeah, I texted him that there's a man in my house.
And you told him not to contact Anna. Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Why would you tell him that?
I had asked him to intervene at one point between me and Anna to see if maybe he could be the middleman of reconciling us. So I know he had her number. My intention was, when I had told him that there's a man in my house, I was concerned that he was going to tell Anna, thus giving her a heads up, and then she was just going to have the guy leave. So then I would be at square one again. So I didn't, basically my intention was to just not show up at the apartment and then it's like, "Oh, where'd the guy go?" You know what I mean?
So you're telling it, you told him that you're driving over to the apartment, you're listening, you go silent, and then you hear the music. How long did it take you to get from your apartment, from your hotel to the Spire apartment building?
The commute was 15 minutes.
When you got to the Spire building, where did you park?
Right outside the garage on the red curb where it's like illegal to park. But I just,
When you got to the Spire building, why did you go in through the parking lot instead of through the parking garage instead of through the front door?
there was an important detail about the R&B music. Okay. Sorry.
So when you parked, why did you, let me finish the question. When you parked your car there, why did you go in through the underground parking lot instead of through the lobby?
That, I really don't know. I think because the GPS just took me to J Street, which is where the garage entrance was.
When you, we saw on the surveillance footage, when you went first into the parking garage, you then came back out. Why did you do that?
Hey!
Because I had ran all the way to where the elevators are, and there's a black gate that requires you to use your key card. I had forgot my key card in the Jeep.
So that's why you then ran back.
Correct.
So you had your gun on you the whole time, but the
Yes.
first time you ran, and then the second time you came back.
Yes.
We saw on the surveillance footage that you seemed to be like adjusting your belt or your pants or something. What was going on there?
So this had been the first time that I'd ever carried concealed in a full sprint, meaning I'm running. I had never run with my gun on me before, so I did not know that the weight of the gun was yanking my pants, and I was concerned that it was going to fall out and somebody was going to see it. So in that moment, I was just adjusting, tightening my belt to better secure it.
You used the security key or the key card to go inside the gated area of the complex, and then you took the elevator up. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay, I'll be right back,
At
boys.
this time, are you starting to feel the effect
Yeah, boys, let's go. We got some fucking bagels with cream cheese set up here. Let's go. Huge.
Of those 4 bumps that you did before you left your hotel.
And the ones that I did while I was driving too.
Okay, so let me ask you that. So in addition to doing the ones in the car, in the hotel, did you also use in the car?
Yeah, I was not even taking bumps at that point. I was just taking the bag and literally double nostriling it. Like I was freaking out, and this is probably the most coke I've ever done in a single moment.
When you're on your way up in the elevator, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, oh my God, she's probably having sex right now. I wonder who it is. Hurry up, we gotta get up there. They kept stopping on floor after floor after floor, and I'm trying to stay calm, and I don't want to startle anybody. I put a smile on my face, but you can see that I'm constantly pressing the closed door every time we land on a floor. I was trying to prevent more people from coming in, because I just wanted to go. I'm thinking that, this is happening right now. I need to, get there, so I can at least hopefully try to prevent it from happening with my presence, or get there before it happens.
Because you knew that you put the iPad with the Discord channel on in the bedroom, as you're coming up and getting ready to go into the apartment, what are you expecting to find when you open that door?
Well, I put it in the bedroom because I was trying to catch them having sex. So when I heard their voices loud and clear, my mind thinks they're in the bed doing whatever. So I thought that by entering my apartment, I would have that little leeway from the front door to walk to the bedroom. I thought I'd have that cooling off point to be like, okay, I don't know what I'm about to see. Just calm down. I thought from the front door.
Don't know what I'm about to see. You're walking into a room where
together.
your wife is presumably naked. You don't know what you're about to see? Okay, buddy.
So you were thinking, because you put the iPad in the bedroom, we know from the way your apartment is set up that you would open the door, walk in, there's the kitchen, a little bit of a dining space, and then the couch. And then off to the side of that is the bedroom. Is that right?
It's almost straight ahead, but slightly slanted. Yeah.
And so you expected, because of what you were hearing, that they were going to be in the bedroom.
I'm prepped to hear moaning and just very disturbing things.
Very disturbing thing.
You're expecting that you're going to have time to walk from the front door through the kitchen, small dining area to the bedroom door before you actually see what you are hearing and expecting you're going to find in there.
Correct.
When you got off the elevator, what happened next?
As you can see, I was in a hurry to get in there. I didn't even wait for the door to open. I was running. I used my key card. The only thing I had in my hand was my key card. I opened the door. I barged in. I was immediately startled. I stopped right in my tracks like a deer in the headlights. They weren't in the bedroom. They weren't having sex. They're right there, cuddling on the couch.
Let me stop you there for just a second. You said that
Aw, how cute.
based on prior times that you had shot this gun, when you had your gun on your belt, in your holster, was it capable of being fired the way that it was at that moment?
No. So, when I used to carry conceal, here's the thing with Glocks specifically, that type of firearm, they do not have a safety lever or button which prevents the trigger from being pulled. There's no safety feature on the Glock. That is concerning to me. So I never carry with a round in the chamber, meaning it's not ready to be fired. If you pull the trigger, it's going to go click.
We saw, and you described for us, running off the elevator to the apartment. You had your key card in your hand. You opened the door. You described it as barging in. So you came in and you saw them on the couch.
Correct.
When you saw them, did they recognize their scene?
first, I saw Anna.
They said they're cutting on the couch. How did you not see both
She
of
was
them?
kind of leaning forward a little bit to see who's at the front door. So I see Anna, and then the man leans his head forward. He leans his head forward. His eyebrows arch. I immediately identify him as Ray, and he goes like what's up?
And for the record, you're moving your head and chin sort of up.
Yeah.
In emotion.
That's nodding up.
You stated that kind of in the way of saying what's up. Did he say what's up?
No, he did his usual, like, what's up?
What happened next?
I didn't expect that Anna would ever do that to me.
Victim blaming.
Him, of all people. I mean, she knew how I felt about him. She knew how I felt. I was trying to believe her. I was trying to believe that she wasn't cheating on me, that she would let me fix this, because I was sick. I was struggling from drugs and mental illness, and I fucked up. I fucked up a lot, but I was trying to fix this. And when I saw that it was him, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the fucking betrayal. I couldn't believe that she could do that to me. To our daughter. And then before I could stop myself, I just fucking snapped. My gun was in my hand, and next thing I'm shooting, and I can't stop. I'm just shooting, and I'm even startled. It's like I'm watching it happen. I'm like I'm in the passenger seat of my own body. I can't stop it. I hear Anna screaming and crying. And I don't even remember shooting Anna. I just remember running back to the front door, and I grabbed the door handle, and then it hit me. I'm like, did that just happen? And I turn around and I see Anna leaning forward, and there's blood. And I'm like, Anna! I couldn't believe I did that. I don't know. I didn't mean to do that.
We heard in the recording that you had your phone on when you were inside the apartment. Remember that?
Yeah.
When you turn that phone on to record,
He's not even crying.
what were you thinking? Why did you do that?
When I recorded the phone.
Jack makes me cry? How?
You went into the apartment. You had the.
This guy's not even crying.
Why did you do that?
He's just trying to sound upset.
Again, this is just something I started doing in these recent months to make sure that, basically, because I don't know how this is going to happen, how this is going to play out. I don't know what Anna's going to say to me. I don't know if she's going to blackmail me. I don't know if she's going to call the cops on me, or if they're going to lie and say I hit them or whatever. So I
just decided to shoot him.
To make sure I have integrity of what took place. It was to protect myself.
When you went to that apartment.
He protected his emotions with the gun. That's all he did.
On your pants. Was it your intent to kill them?
No.
Just the way he went on. I'm not gonna lie, the way he was screaming right there was kind of fucking
Said
funny.
that when you walked in, you saw her and saw him. It was like you snapped and were walking towards them with the gun. You know from the audio that the first rack was before the first shot. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
And then a shot. And then a rack again. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Based on the experience that you have with shooting this gun, after that second shot, do you need to rack it again to shoot it?
No.
When you're hearing that on this recording, do you have any memory of racking that gun again?
No, and when I had later found out that there were unspent bullets in the apartment, I was very confused. That's not even proper weapons handling. That's not the way I would use that firearm. There's no need to rack it again because it's a semi-automatic pistol. It automatically refills the bullet. So it didn't make sense to me why I'm racking this gun at random intervals.
After the second racking, you hear 4 consecutive shots. And then a final rack someone yells out, "Whoa." Was that you?
That was.
Do you have any memory of
Ooh.
saying that?
No. But I remember being startled. I was startled by the sound of the gunshots.
Dude, oh my god.
Have you ever fired a gun inside
Holy
of a
shit, I
room?
just survived that.
The shooting range that I used to go to was outdoor, so it's outdoor, so, and we would wear ear protection. This was the first time I ever fired a gun in an enclosed space, but also without ear protection.
We know, Ali, that at some point you took a photograph of what happened, of what you did to them. Remember that?
There was a photograph, yeah.
Do you remember taking that photograph?
Not really.
Do you have any memory of why you took that photograph?
I know that I was in disbelief of what occurred. I know that I wasn't sure if this was real. I wasn't sure if this was just some strange nightmare or yeah, I didn't know how to, I wasn't thinking clearly. I didn't know how to process this information.
You, after the shooting and after taking the photograph, you left the apartment and walked down the hallway for like a slight bit. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And that's what, having watched the Nest camera, that's the portion at which you're saying, you know, I think your exact words were, "Shit, fuck, what have you done?" And you're mumbling to yourself.
Yeah.
Do you remember, we watched that, but as that was happening, do you remember saying those things to yourself and talking to yourself in that moment?
No, but I do remember I was trying to think, what the fuck do I do now? How do I fix this? What should I do?
Homie unloads a magazine into two people and he goes, "How do I fix this?"
You then
You
from
don't.
there went back into the apartment.
Yeah, I thought about Anna again, and I immediately just felt so much guilt. I'm like, I don't want to leave her. Like, she's bleeding. I don't want to leave her. So I ran back into the apartment.
When you got back into the apartment, what did you do?
I started screaming out to her again, Anna, please don't die. Please, I love you. Please don't die. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And she wasn't responding, and I just stood at her. I just stared at her, and yeah.
When you were staring at her, did you notice something?
I noticed her hand, her right hand, was really tight, clutching at something.
What did you think when you saw that?
Well, I didn't know what it was, so I gently used my left finger to move some hair, like her ponytail, and then I kind of just gently pried open a few fingers, and then I saw that it was a bag of cocaine. I didn't think anything of it. It's normal. It's normal for her to have.
It was normal for her to have cocaine.
Yeah, it was not strange for me to see cocaine.
When you, after doing that, do you remember leaving the apartment again?
Yes, because I knew I needed to tell, first I needed to tell somebody.
And then the first person you called was your mom.
Correct.
And that's what we hear on the Nest camera. You talking to your mom and saying, "Mom, I just shot and killed Anna." I'm telling her she was with another guy at the house. You then were talking to your mom and telling her that, talking about Amira, getting Amira in school.
So I was trying to, in that moment, I had no idea how to react to this, how to make it better, or what the course correction is. I don't know. So I reached out to the one person that I'm closest to, my mom. And I knew because of the severity of what just took place, there was no time for me to say, "Hey, Mom, are you sitting? I have to tell you something. Mom, this is going to be really hard for me." No, I just started blurting out, "Mom, I shot Anna. She's dead. She's dead." I didn't actually know that she was dead. I didn't check her pulse. I was just blurting out. I needed my mom to know the severity of what took place. And she started panicking, and yeah.
At this time, we know from the Nest camera that you're still kind of just back and forth around the elevator room, walking back and forth. You did leave, though, at some point, right?
The reason I was pacing is because the elevator was taking so long, and I was talking to my mom, and I was talking to my dad through text, and I'm letting them know these things. My dad's not really believing me. He thinks I'm talking about some TikTok video or something. But yeah, I'm pacing and stuff.
When the elevator door finally opened, who was on the elevator?
There was a number of people, but one of them was getting off as I was getting on. It was my neighbor, Daniel.
We've seen in a still photograph and maybe some surveillance footage of you entering the elevator and appearing to smile at Daniel. Do you remember seeing that?
Yeah.
Walk us through what was going through your mind at that moment when you just had this experience. You just shot 2 people and you see Daniel.
Well, immediately he's talking. Hey, I've been looking for you. I got your voicemail. It was really funny. Sorry I haven't been able to communicate with you these last few days. You know what? I'll take the elevator with you. And I'm holding the door. I'm like, no, it's fine. We'll talk later. No. He's like, oh, don't be silly. Just I'll come with you. So at this point, I'm like, oh my God. I'm freaking out. I'm like, this is not the right time to be talking. So I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to startle anybody. So I had a smile on my face. I'm being playful, but...
Being playful after I just murdered 2 people? What the fuck?
I'm freaking the fuck out.
This guy's choice of words are piss poor.
I look at him and I go, stop fucking asking me questions. It scared everybody though.
When you got on the elevator, it was actually going still up, right?
I hadn't even checked that it was going the wrong direction.
So you're on there with Daniel, you guys go up a couple floors, you come back down, and as soon as you say this to Daniel, he gets off the elevator and goes onto the floor that you all lived on, right?
Correct.
What happened then?
I rode the elevator, I think, in silence. And then as soon as we got to the lobby, I ran out. I don't know, I guess I couldn't wait for it to go to the garage. So I opted to just run through the lobby and exit through the Pinnacle entrance, and then I ran to my Jeep.
When you got to the Jeep, you placed a phone call to 911.
I also put my gun away.
After putting your gun away, you called 911.
Yes, I called 911.
Why did you call 911?
I called 911 to get medical help for Anna and Ray in the event that there is a chance to save them. I was not ready in that moment to say, hey, it was me, I knew that my mind was on getting them help, and my mind was on the fact that my daughter's all alone in school. And I expect that her mother was the one to go pick her up. I didn't want to, leave her there and have her watch all the kids get picked up by their parents, and she's thinking, where's mom and dad, And I knew I had to turn myself in. I wanted to at least just secure her. I was coordinating with my mom, like, can you meet me, please? I just want to give you a mirror. Okay, Dad, what about you? Can you come meet me? And they were trying to think of ways for me to meet them. And that's when I was like, I can't hide with Amira forever. Like, I can't just sit around and wait. It's not that I was trying to hide. It's not that I was trying to flee. It's just that I can't. The time is of the essence. I need to turn myself in. I can't just sit here with Amira.
When you called 911, you gave them your name.
I did.
You gave them the address of the apartment building.
I did.
You gave them the floor, the specific number of the apartment.
I did.
You gave them all the information that they would need to send help to that apartment. Objection, any questions? Sustained. Did you do those things?
I did do those things.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to get them help.
And when you were on 911, you told them that.
Yeah, they kept asking me questions, and I'm just like, stop asking me, just go fucking help them. Like, go save my wife, go save them. I said that, and I hung up. I wasn't trying to deceive police. I wasn't trying to make an alibi or anything like they said. I was just trying to focus on the matter at hand, get them help, and I needed time to go just secure my daughter at a safe drop-off.
After calling 911, you were doing that as you were driving?
Yes.
And you were driving on your way to Amira's school?
Yes.
When you got to Amira's school, what did you do?
Well, I had finished. I had done more coke. I had finished the remainder.
Oh, yeah. Go pick up your daughter when you're fucking blitzed off glow, you fucking bum ass
I went
bitch.
to go pick her up. I was on the phone with my dad.
What a piece of shit.
And I'm saying, it sounded like Judgment Day, or it's like sirens everywhere. The whole city was just covered in sirens. I mean, it sounded like the world was ending. I tried to put on good composure.
Bro, did I just figure out how to whoops walk?
But I told them it was an emergency and I needed to pick up my daughter.
When Amira came out from
Huh?
school,
I think I did.
to your car.
I ain't gonna lie.
I was holding her hand and I was putting on a smile. And she goes, "Where's Mom?" I started crying. I said, please don't ask me about Mom right now. Please don't ask. Let's just go to the car.
When you got her in the car, you drove away from the school.
I did.
Where were you headed?
My father and my stepmom, well, my stepmother, she told me she had a brother who lived about an hour away from San Diego. They said, you know what, for the meantime, because they're in Virginia, they're going to need the fly to come get Amira, or if that's what they wanted to do, or if that's what the plan was going to be. But they said, just go drop her off at her brother's house. And then go turn yourself in, we'll pick her up from there.
As you were headed on the freeway, was Amira talking to you?
Wanted to live the American dream? Yeah, you got it. He's living in a fucking cell. How's that?
He wanted to know what was going on.
That's the true American dream right there, bro.
It got quiet. I'm driving. And then all of a sudden Amira goes, "Why is there so many police cars?" And then my blood just goes cold. And I'm like, what? And I look at the rearview mirror and every single lane of the highway is covered in vehicles. Police vehicles, sheriff vehicles. And I'm freaking out like, oh my God, Baba, they found me. Okay, Ali, khalas. Just go pull over. Khalas means enough. Khalas. Enough, pull over, we'll pick her up from the They did not pull me over. That's what one of the strange things was. There was no lights. They were just following me. And I thought it was so strange and bizarre. But I was on the rightmost lane, and as soon as I hit my right blinker, they knew exactly what was going on.
At some point in the car, did you tell Amira, excuse me, that you had heard her mom?
When I knew that I was found, and I was about to pull over, I said, "Mommy, Amira, I heard Mommy. I have to go away now."
When you pulled over, do you remember?
What a terrible fucking person. Saying that to your kid.
Yeah.
Well, there's that. Huh? Oh no. There we go. You live the American dream, alright, bro.
Being a Scotiabank client gets you closer to the game. Skip the lines. Skate at Scotiabank Arena. Win tickets. and more. With Scotia Perks, you're in.
The sun was setting over Tampa Bay and the Manatee River on a breezy Sunday in January 2013. Local resident Jill Mullins was on edge. As the light outside dimmed, Jill's husband, Patrick, who had left in his small boat that afternoon, had still not returned home. As the hours passed, concern turned into panic as family members set out on the river in the dark to search for Pat and his boat. They would not find him that night. Over the following days, discoveries made in the water would form a mystery that would persist for years. And questions seemed only to compound. How had Pat's boat traveled so far undetected? Could Pat have seen something on the water that day that led to his disappearance? Had Pat been murdered? Hi everyone, I'm Kevin and this is Just Thought Lounge. Today's case is a perplexing and troubling mystery. New information has shed light on this now 10-year-old case. New developments have brought with it renewed interest and hope that all of the pieces can be put together. So, let's take a look. Patrick Mullins met his future wife, Jill, while they were both studying at the University of Florida. He was from Manatee County, and she was from Sarasota. But they did not cross paths until Jill became roommates with his brother's girlfriend. The two were a great match from the start. They married in 1983 and purchased a house in Bradenton, Florida. Their new home was next to the river, a tributary to the Braden, which feeds through to the Manatee River to the north. They had two sons, Mason and Miles. Pat was a dedicated and beloved fourth grade teacher for years. He returned to his studies alongside Jill, and both earned master's degrees to become media specialists and qualified librarians. Pat sang in the church and barbershop quartet. He served in the National Guard. By early 2013, their boys had grown into men and left the house, one studying in university and the other serving overseas in Afghanistan. Pat loved his work as the school librarian at Palmetto High School, but was also looking forward to his retirement. He and brother Gray had plans to launch their own business. By all accounts, Pat was poised to launch into a new and exciting chapter in his life. The 27th of January 2013 was a Sunday. Before Jill left the house to run some errands, Pat said he planned to take his small boat, a roughly 14-foot-long, flat-bottomed stump knocker, out onto the river for a spin. The boat had not seen much use lately, and needed to have a test run to ensure the engine was in working order. Pat often took his boat out on the Braden River, which connected through to the much larger Manatee River to the north. The waters became much deeper in the Manatee, and then out into Tampa Bay. Pat's small boat was intended for the shallow waters, which was where Jill believed he was heading that afternoon. Neighbors saw Pat leaving the house around 3 p.m. He stopped by a hardware store for a few items that were dropped at home. Then, he unhooked the boat and set out into the water. Jill returned that evening around 6 p.m. to find that her husband had not yet returned. His vehicle was in the drive, but the boat was gone. Immediately, alarm bells started ringing for Jill. It was a Sunday night. Pat would not be out past dinner time and into the evening on a work night. As the hours passed and there was still no word from Pat, Miles came in from Tampa and joined his uncle on the river, searching for his father. Had the librarian been injured in the boat and unable to steer it home? Had there been an accident and Pat had become stranded? By 11 p.m., Jill had contacted the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. The Coast Guard, the USCG, were looped in, and search teams were set out, in the air and on the water.
That's actually pretty crazy.
2 days after Pat went missing, his unmanned boat, Greentop Pulled Down, was spotted drifting northwest of Egmont Key, far to the west of the smaller river where Pat had, presumably, entered the water. Using what the USCG called reverse drift methods, in conjunction with checks on tide and wind, they determined that the boat drifted from somewhere in lower Tampa Bay. Jill Mullins had told the USCG that Pat had transited to Terracea Bay in the past, but it is very unlikely that he would have planned to go there when he was scheduled to go to work the next morning.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
She and a friend of Pat's who were
big trip.
interviewed by the USCG also reported that Pat would never go into Tampa Bay with his small boat. Yet somehow, that is exactly where it was eventually found. When they searched the small vessel, they found many of Pat's belongings still inside. These included a life jacket, flotation devices, 2 gas fuel tanks, 2 bottles of water, one completely empty and the other full, a pair of sunglasses, and a straw hat. The engine was in neutral and appeared to have run through the attached tank of gas. The USCG and the sheriff's office found no signs of foul play. There was no sign of injury. There were no indications that a struggle had taken place. Luminol testing of the interior and exterior of the small vessel did not return the presence of blood.
It's a fishing boat.
The boat was brought back into shore
How does
and
not even
held
show fish
outside
blood?
for a period. Then, eventually, it was returned to the Mullins family. Once stored safely at home, they noticed markings on the boat that had not been there before. Lines of red paint, rubbed off from another source, were visible along the side of the vessel. Photographs of the paint were taken, as well as a sample to be held for potential testing. With no other leads emerging at this stage, the search for Pat continued. The Mullins family hoped that this one small piece of evidence, these few scraps of paint, may hold the key to what had happened to Pat. On February 5th, 9 days after Pat went missing, fisherman Jeffrey Page spotted a body floating face down in the water. The location was at almost a straight line from where Pat's boat had been found, near Egmont Channel Marker, northwest of Sneed's Island. When the deceased man was pulled from the water, he was positively identified. It was Patrick Mullins. Pat had been tied up with a rope, which was connected to an anchor dropped into the water. He was floating in a relatively shallow area of only about 4 to 6 feet in depth.
Yo, homeboy
He
bumped
was
into
missing
someone's
one
boat, or someone just tried robbing him.
You can go from the
100%.
channel, which is extremely deep, off the channel, where it could be 2 to 3 foot of water. And that's where this body was.
But if he was tied down, like...
The autopsy
that's
was
clearly
performed by
murder.
Dr. Russell Vega, the chief medical examiner for Florida's 12th district. The cause of death was determined to be a shotgun blast to the head.
What?
Although a single fatal shot
That's
appeared
crazy.
most likely, experts could not rule out that Pat had possibly been shot more than once. The autopsy report stated that Pat was found in a state that was consistent with having been in the water for a period of 8 to 9 days, the exact time that he had been missing. But there was one glaring oddity. The fisherman, Jeffrey, remarked that he found the man to be very clean. Aside from the obvious damage from a gunshot, Pat Mullins was in shockingly good condition, given that he was believed to have been underwater for over a week before he was discovered. Specifically, the idea that Pat's body would go untouched by the local fauna for that amount of time seems particularly improbable, given that the waters of Tampa Bay are known to be home to a significant population of sharks.
Yeah.
It was surmised that the head wound would almost certainly have drawn scavengers. In addition, many boats were out on the Manatee River on the weekend that Pat went missing. The weather had been notably pleasant on those days. The Suncoast Gun Show in Palmetto was at the Bradenton Area Convention Center that same weekend, 7 miles from where Pat was found. It seemed implausible that Pat could have gone unnoticed for so long. Speculation about his time in the water, however, is distinct from the facts informing the medical examination. Dr. Vega could not determine the circumstances of the death through the autopsy. In other words, he could not rule out the wound that caused his death as being self-inflicted. The circumstances of Patrick Mullins' death were deemed undetermined. Jill Mullins, alongside her 2 sons and the wider community, came out to mourn the loss of a loving husband, father, friend, and educator. The impact that Pat had on his students was apparent during a standing room only memorial service at Palmetto High School 2 days after his body was found. That suicide could not be ruled out by the medical examiner seemed to confirm the assumptions of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, the MCSO. Gray Mullins, Pat's brother, recalled that in follow-up interviews with law enforcement, they were primarily seeking to determine if his brother had been unhappy. Pat had spent time with his brother the night before he went missing. Gray described him as in good spirits, not at all depressed or worried, and spoke about how he was looking forward to his retirement. Despite this, Jill Mullins recalled the sheriff's team asking her to accept that her husband had done this to himself.
There's no
She
way.
would not. The MCSO deny
I'm not a
making
fucking
these
genius,
statements.
but like even I could say this one is definitely not like.
The investigation found no health scares.
If this motherfucker commits suicide, where's the shotgun? That's all I'm saying.
Or alcohol problems.
Doesn't take a genius
no
to figure that one
financial
out.
irregularities in Pat Mullins' life, and no suggestions that he might want to do himself harm.
Very good relationship. We would have been married 30 years in June, and this happened at the end of January. We raised the 2 kids, and they had grown and were out of the house, so we had kind of rediscovered one another, and we're really looking forward to retiring.
Perhaps the weakest link in the suicide theory is that Pat Mullins never owned a shotgun.
Yeah.
A forensic audit of his bank accounts conducted by the MCSO failed to find any evidence that he had ever withdrawn the money required to buy a shotgun. Both the sheriff's investigation and a second independent investigation undertaken by a journalist consulted local gun dealers, and both failed to locate any indications that Pat had ever acquired a weapon. There was no gun found in the water. Regardless of what appeared to be blatant inconsistencies, the theory being proposed by the Manatee County Sheriff's Office posited that Patrick Mullins had tied a 25-pound anchor to his body and threw the anchor overboard himself. In support of this theory, investigators pointed to the rope tied around Pat's waist and legs, positioned in a location that he could have reasonably done it himself. Had his death been a homicide, they believed that his legs or hands would have been tied and not left free. That is, assuming he had been tied up prior to being shot, and not afterwards.
Yeah, like...
The nature of the knots in the rope, however, raised more questions. The rope attached to the anchor and to Pat was wrapped vertically twice over the shoulder and between the legs, and then wrapped around his waist 6 times. Experts reviewing the knots couldn't help but note the difficulty of layering the ropes in this manner while standing or sitting in the small boat. The nature of the wrapping caused one boating expert to comment that Pat looked like he was made into a package. His family pointed to Pat's years of experience on the water. They believed that had he attached the rope to himself, he would have used a single knot to secure himself to the anchor, rather than the amateurish multi-knot arrangement that was used.
Homeboy is definitely murdered.
It was not until April that year that a systematic search of the water was conducted in the area where Pat was found. The USCG's approach was known as mowing the lawn. The search teams followed a pattern out in 10-feet intervals while towing snorkel gear behind the boats to view the bottom of the water. Using this method, the USCG eventually covered an over 22,000 square yard grid of the water where Pat's body was recovered. It would have been reasonable, had he died in that location, to have also recovered both his missing shoe and the shotgun through these search efforts. But neither item was found. The popular librarian had no known enemies. By all accounts, he had a very happy marriage. He had future plans of going into business with his brother. Pat appeared optimistic about the future.
About the brother?
So what could have occurred
Did he
on
not
the
want him
water
to go
that
business?
Sunday afternoon that would have led to his death?
He was out there and he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Must have been pretty serious that the person would be carrying a shotgun on them and would be willing to use it.
Cartel?
Pat was widely known to be a very helpful and considerate man. Friends consistently reported to the MCSO that he was the type of person that would not have hesitated to approach another boat to offer assistance if the passengers were perceived to be in any kind of trouble. That the engine was left on to run out of fuel suggested that Pat had intended on making only a brief stop. The USCG did return one potentially significant lead early on. Two friends, out taking pictures on the Sunday that Pat vanished, spotted what they believed to be his boat with the green top up, heading west towards Passage Key. One of the friends recounted seeing 3 boats in total departing the area by Terracea Bay around the same time, none of which he recognized. Neither friend had seen the person in Pat's boat clearly enough to identify them. However, they did report with confidence that only a single individual had been inside when they saw it pass. In order for Pat's boat to travel in the water from his launching point on the Braden River to the point that it was discovered, it would have necessarily passed at least one point along the route covered by security cameras. As it turns out, there is a camera at the CSX train bridge that likely would have captured the vessel. The MCSO records show that a detective requested that video recording on January 28th, the same day that the boat was found. USCG logs indicate that they were informed by the sheriff's office that investigators were en route to collect and view the video that day. But no one arrived at the bridge, and the video was not obtained at that time. This failure, more than any other misstep in the investigation, is the likely reason that the death investigation did not turn into that of a homicide early on. Certainly, a video that potentially showed someone other than Pat on his boat that day would have tipped the scales. But it is unclear what, if anything, the surveillance would have shown. When the Mullins family requested the tape, the file had been corrupted and the footage lost. The MCSO had failed to obtain it, and there were no backup files.
I don't feel that anyone is actually looking for answers.
Extremely traumatic. Can't get any worse, right? When something like this happens to a loved one. So, yes, we want to bring closure for the family, find resolution for the family, because certainly that's what we want. I mean, we're not working against the family here. We're trying to work with them.
Doesn't really sound like it.
In 2021, Lori Baker, a forensic investigator, was hired by the Mullins family to re-examine the possible scenarios. Dr. Russell Vega's autopsy found that Pat died from a shotgun blast to the head, delivered at close range. But there were no indications of a contact wound. Investigator Baker therefore surmised that the long-barreled shotgun would need to have been held awkwardly, pointed towards but away from the head. The angle was not impossible, just very unlikely given the bulk of the gun and the distance of the shot. Perhaps more telling was her determination that had this been the scenario that occurred, it would have been impossible to find no blood anywhere on the boat.
Exactly,
This was particularly true once one factored in the breeze coming off of the water that day. Lori Baker's final report concluded that after reviewing over 400 pages of police reports, medical examiner's reports, conducting her own research, and interviewing 7 subject matter experts, there is no clearly defined, unanimous opinion as to how Patrick Mullins died. On a scale, she wrote, it appeared to be a homicide.
Bro, I'm telling
Jill
you, there's
Mullins
no way this
continued her quest
motherfucker
for
kills himself
answers.
with a shotgun.
She worked with local
There's no
community
blood
groups
anywhere.
to fundraise for a reward to be paid out to anyone offering information that could lead to an arrest.
It's just impossible.
She also pressured the MCSO
And then to tie himself up after
with
the fact?
questions
Like, are
about
you
the
fucking
evidence
kidding me?
and
Like,
what she saw as obvious failures in their investigation.
Have anyone seen this shit here?
While the community rallied behind Jill, there was one other individual who began to draw attention. Professional chef Damon Crestwood was a longtime friend of Pat's brother Gray and a longtime friend of the Mullins family. Damon had apparently not been close with Pat, friendly acquaintances at most, according to those who knew them. So Damon's extreme response to Pat's death raised suspicions. According to Gray, Damon would break into tears and then uncontrollable sobbing after Pat had passed away. Jill reported that Damon admitted to her that he would go and look out along the Manatee River and cry and sob for hours. His grief was described as proportionally overwhelming. Damon had a fixation with Pat's case and what seemed to be an unreasonable emotional attachment. Then, during Memorial Day celebrations later in 2013, Damon offered other attendees a bizarre display. In front of friends and family, Damon tied a rope to himself and then to his dog. But the most chilling aspect was that he did so in a manner strikingly similar to the way in which Pat had been tied when he was found in the water. Witnesses to these actions were shocked. They were disturbed. When they asked him for an explanation, Damon had none.
You got your guy.
Every January, around the anniversary of Pat's death, Damon suffered from what friends referred to as a mental breakdown. He had developed a problem with drugs, namely meth, and was suffering the consequences. Along with his inexplicable behavior, it also did not go unnoticed that Damon had a boat of his own, a ski nautic. Curiously, Damon's boat had a red painted stripe along the side. At the time of Pat's death, Damon was also a resident in a neighborhood northwest of the Mullins. He would put in his boat on the Manatee River near to the opening of Tampa Bay.
Got your guy.
Damon Crestwood in close proximity to the area where Pat was eventually found. Damon refused to sit down to an interview with law enforcement. He denied having anything to do with Pat's death, but would not speak any further on the topic. He also denied law enforcement access to his boat. No sample of the red paint could be taken. For a family friend so distraught over Pat's death, his refusal to cooperate, to some, spoke volumes. Meanwhile, the chef's addiction was taking over his life. In 2017,
Chef was
4
in the
years
kitchen
after
cooking
Pat
the
Mullins'
meth,
death,
apparently.
Damon Crestwood died of an overdose. What secrets he may have held about the murder of Pat Mullins died with him. However, there remained hope for some answers. Damon's daughter kindly offered access to her father's boat after his passing. Testing of the red paint from Damon's ski nautic was performed against the sample taken from Pat's boat years earlier. And it was a match. The lab reported that Damon's ski nautic boat cannot be eliminated as a possible source of the red paint smears. It also could not be definitively linked as the source of the smear. It seems that the red paint was an extremely common variety. It was also tested against a red lawnmower, and there was speculation that the red buoy markers to the bay may have also been the source of the smear.
There you go.
Although the evidence is sparse, many point to Damon Crestwood as a key witness. Or perhaps even the perpetrator in Pat's case.
I don't know, he seemed pretty suspicious.
There could be much more to the story of Damon Crestwood under the surface. Or there could be only coincidence and a disturbed man battling his own demons. In addition to
I mean, him tying up a dog and stuff like that, that's pretty psychotic, don't you think? Especially if he's tying it up like in the same patterns and shit. It's fucked. This is fucked. 779 KC on this cocksucker. teleporting out for sure.
I have 12 emails, 30 messages, and a proposal due by 10. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
My fiance just told me that I'm not excited enough about the wedding. And I really don't know what to do about this because it seems like every time that we agree on some shit for the wedding, then she just switched the shit up. And it's like my opinion don't even matter. So why would I be excited if every time my fucking goddamn opinion ain't being taken into consideration?
That's
None
fair.
of this shit is about me. I don't give a fuck about how these flowers look. I don't care about where, like, I just don't know, bro.
Yes.
What would you do in this situation? We know that the wedding ain't for us. I don't need to spend $30,000 to tell a bunch of motherfuckers that I love you. You know what I'm saying? Happy wife, happy life. How about happy husband and I don't burn the house down? How about that? Anyway, love you, style. Appreciate the advice. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Maybe one of the most beautiful monologues we've ever seen. The delivery of that happy wife, happy life.
Beautifully stated. Beautifully stated. Yeah. Short, concise, too, by the way. Minute.
Really got to the point.
Well Pathos. You feel it.
Oh, yeah.
And I will say, this, I totally feel for our friend here.
100%.
I think the answer to this question is in the beginning. Because you know what? This is a passionate individual.
Yes.
You can tell. I think the wife here, well, because it's when he says, my opinion doesn't even matter. She switched all this shit up on me. How am I supposed to be excited? The answer here is you don't feel included in this.
Yeah.
It's not even that you're not excited. It's that she has steamrolled you. And you, I think you're not able to, you don't want to just admit that she's kind of hurt your feelings. So you're resorting to like the safer thing of
being avoidant.
Of complaining about a bridezilla and being avoidant.
Yeah.
But the reality is, you are excited about this wedding, but she's being kind of a fucking bitch about it.
So you might be able to say like, hey, listen, I'm really excited about our wedding, but if it looks like I'm not expressing that, it's maybe because they're not aspects of the wedding that like I'm in charge of. And maybe if I had a project within the wedding or something that I could focus on, then I'd be more enthusiastic about it. So like give me some segment of the wedding to take care of.
At least listen to my input, or at least make me feel like I'm part of the discussion here. And it's like, that's the option. It's like, look, you can either just have your dream wedding and don't consult me, but then don't fucking get on my case if I'm not excited, because basically what I'm doing is something really nice for you exactly the way you want it, or let's actually collaborate on this, and like, then I'll be a little fucking excited if I get to, I don't care about the flowers, but I have opinions on the dessert or whatever. Believe me, if I ever get married, I'm going to have some opinions on the dessert. I'm going to have some opinions on what we're serving. There will be a carving station for sure.
Brazilian steakhouse style service.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Everything.
Wedding with fogo de chao. At my wedding, you have green and red. You flip
it's
it
not
over.
Fish or chicken, it's just green or red.
Yeah,
Those are the options that you get.
So yeah, dude, you're feeling like you're an afterthought here, and that's, I think being upset is totally reasonable here.
Yeah.
Because you're just being steamrolled when you have, and in fact, you might be hurt because you are excited, and instead, your fiance, your wife to be, is just kind of being like, not only is she not taking you into consideration, she's then yelling at you for not being fucking excited about it, which is which is fucking annoying on two fronts.
780
So look,
KC right there.
I know it's it's annoying to I know it's gay to tell your wife she hurt your feelings, but that is the solution here, is to be like, hey, can I be in charge of a couple things that would actually make me feel excited? Like, can I do the music?
If you don't have a band and you're like DJing yourself, let me pick the playlist.
Yeah, playlist. See, whatever it is. Is there something you're interested in? Seating arrangements. You got to make sure, your annoying families don't intermix. That's a very interesting job at a wedding, is the seating arrangement. A lot of politics there. I remember I had a friend who had just like an annoying ass dad, and they were like, "Hey, I'm just gonna sit you there because you're like good with people." It was like they wanted me to just have a horrible time at their wedding because no one else.
They wanted to put you
to be like the buffer
at the worst table.
They wanted me to just be the buffer, and I was like, I don't fucking want that.
What a way.
And then how about this? Surprise, surprise, the horrible dad didn't come to the wedding, so we were all saved the trouble. You know what I mean? But like,
so funny.
You feel like you were being used as social axle grease in a
literally,
situation.
yeah. But anyway, yeah, dude, I think that's
Hey,
like the core of this. Because you do want to be involved, and it's just like, you know, at a certain point, like, you know, we have two married men here. I don't know, we can, you know, we have two who had both very elaborate weddings.
Yeah.
It's crazy that fucking your wedding made Eldis's wedding look like Princess Diana's wedding. Eldis invited like
a strip mall. Listeners. 3 weeks ago, I was engaged for 3 hours that day. It was a 19-year-old stoned kid did the ceremony. He offered to say some words.
That's awesome.
So consider that as an option.
Yeah.
And honestly, it rocked. I love that.
That sounds
Great
awesome.
time.
I mean, this guy probably is jealous of what you're saying right now.
I mean, it's the best thing.
Eldis had a great
So
wedding.
fun.
It was like 12 of us.
The
Like
dinner was
20
like
people?
24 people.
Yeah, definitely. They couldn't fit 25. No matter.
Ben
what.
didn't get invited.
It just
Ben was fishing for an invite too.
I really was.
Somebody you've talked to and collaborated with every day.
Single day for the past few years. It's a huge part of his life. It's mine. That's
Eldis
fun.
was stingy with those invites, boy.
Small party, man.
No, that's cool, dude.
And it was so weird when you asked me to be the best man. Like that just was so. Oh, I mean,
The JP was busy.
I was busy.
Oh, you know.
Anyway, it looked awesome from the
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun wedding.
It was really fun. All my friends were there.
But you and your wife pretty much collaborated on that, though. It was a team effort.
It was a team effort. I mean, you know, when I first heard this call, I was like, she kind of like took the reins, but it wasn't quite like that. I was surprised she wanted to do it as small as we did, and that she wanted to do it in the city. So I was like, oh, that kind of threw me for a loop. But yeah, all the little decisions and shit, like we just hunkered down and just went down the list. But it wasn't elaborate. I mean, this guy's planning like a $30,000 wedding. I'm sure there's a lot more bullshit to like deal with.
I think it also sounds not even as much as he has to do stuff, but it's like if she's going to ask him what he wants and they make the decision and then she just goes and changes it, it's like you just start to feel like she's wasting your time and that's annoying.
Yeah.
And I would be the same way. It's like even if he doesn't care about it, it's like at least say, hey, if we talk about something and agree on it, like don't change it or or whatever.
Totally.
I feel like you're wasting my
Or I'm gonna check out, which is, he also seems resigned to that too. He's like, look, she wants this, so that's the conversation you have to have. It's like, listen, either include me and then I will be excited, or do whatever the fuck you want, but don't nag me for not being excited.
Yeah, and use the word nag.
Yeah, don't be a cunt about the whole thing. Yeah, that's your choice.
I'll definitely go well.
Silly Dilly, you little fucker.
Oh, I'm here. Oh,
What's
sorry
up,
about
Silly
that.
Dill?
Hey, thanks for having me, Eldis, Stabby.
Of course, dude.
Hey, so my question, I guess, is whether I should send an apology text message to somebody that I became friends with, who was like pretty cool. She's also extremely attractive.
Let me pause you. Let me pause you right now. Yes, just knowing the tone in your voice and the two pieces of information you chose to give us. Yes, but let's find out the rest of it. Your voice sounds like when a dog ate your fucking hamburger and you fucking scold him about it. Your voice sounds like a fucking Droopy the dog's eyes right now. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so she is an OnlyFans model, and we had been doing like lots of stuff together. I had kind of like asked her if she would be like interested in making out at like one point in time or something like that.
Nice,
and
man.
she
A real
turned
man's
me
way
down.
to try and get pussy.
Can I kiss you?
A real alpha way to try and get pussy.
You look really pretty. Can I kiss you?
I mean,
hey, listen, whatever, man. You took your shot. We're shitting on you, but go ahead. We've all been. Again, we've all been there. You think that's the most pathetic way I've tried to get pussy? Not even close. But go ahead, pal. Sorry.
So we continue being friends, and
So I'm
then,
sorry.
Like,
I'm sorry. How do you guys meet? You just are friends in real life?
He's like, I've paid her $50,000 over the last 18 months.
We go to the same like climbing gym, and then
Gotcha.
I kind of saw her like outside of that. And
Sure.
asked if she
Okay,
wanted
so
to
you
go
met
climbing.
your friends in real life, and you're like, yeah, you're casual friends, and then you find out that she's on OnlyFans, whatever. She's hot as shit. You befriended a hot girl at your climbing gym, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you made a pass at her. It didn't work, but you maintained a friendship.
Yeah, and as like time passed, in a certain situation, I sort of started like getting vibes again that I don't know, she might be interested in something.
Sure.
But then I guess she posted a piece of literotica on like FetLife or whatever.
Hell yeah, dude.
And
How many platforms are you jerking off to this girl on? This fucking guy. This guy's jacking off to his memories of the climbing gym, jacking off to OnlyFans. He's fucking reading her You're beating off to her fucking literature, motherfucker. This man is fucking. He wants this pussy bad, dude. Anyway, sorry. You're on her Visco, looking at her fucking architectural photos of buildings.
Hey, who doesn't Google somebody if they find like is it that bad to Google somebody if you find them attractive? Like is that
Are we doing a little sub question in the middle of your question here? I'm not saying it's that bad, but following every link and beating off to it, yeah, maybe.
If I was him
Okay,
and I
I'm
was
not-
talking to a hot OnlyFans chick, I would be all up in that shit and looking whatever I could find. So I'm with you, silly dilly.
I'm with you. Here's the thing. Philosophically, there's two things, right? There's human nature, and of course, the human nature is like our brains are now trained. We're in the generation where, in our lifetime, you were able to type in name of woman breasts into Google and get a pretty good chance of seeing them, right? So we're spoiled here. But I will say, philosophically, when I've been in a similar situation, right, where it's like I'm talking to somebody who's I know what they're, if they're a sex worker, if they're an OnlyFans girl, if I know you can see them doing cool stuff on the internet, I personally, my philosophy is I try not to do that so that I can maintain a regular relationship with this person. If I'm really trying to either get to know them, but let's be honest with ourselves here, try and fuck them, right?
Yeah.
Or date them or whatever, not to be so crass about it, but it's like, because I find it being like, well, let me just treat this person like a human being. I'm sure everyone who comes across her Googles her tits, and if I want an actual relationship, even if it's a fling, even if it's something that's just my personal philosophy, which I landed on through trial and error, silly dilly. I've made the same mistake you have before, and I've been like, geez, this has turned me into one of those Indian reply guys that's like, boob, please, boobs, please, kill myself, no say boob. If I fucking find videos of her sucking dick before, we hook up. But anyway, so that's the side answer to your main answer. Continue.
Okay,
So you're
I
reading
wish-
her literotica.
I wish it was Bob's please was my reply, but I replied with a haiku. And
Wait, you replied to her literotica?
yes.
And what did you say?
And she didn't.
I think
with,
we've seen
a
this
haiku,
before.
So I can't remember the exact words.
Hold on,
but,
where did you reply to it? Like in the DM or on the comment or something?
You had to
on a comment.
So wait a second.
Okay, a second ago I was disagreeing with Stav. Now I'm back on Stav's side.
This is the exact behavior, not Googling
you want
them.
to fuck this girl. You don't want this to be a fuck a fan experience.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Also, wait a second. You're telling me you registered a new fucking username? You signed on to huh?
I had a username there. But my stuff is slightly more it's like more hidden. Like I don't show face.
Sure. Okay, now I will say, even if you're allowed to Google, you gotta keep it to one platform. Like, and I wouldn't interact. But anyway, you reply with a haiku. Okay, not looking good right now.
What was just, you know, real quick, what was like the context of the haiku? Were you saying some like hornier than a motherfucker shit, or was it just some like, you know, some cute little bullshit?
I'd say it was like more like paraphrasing the story that was written into a smaller like context.
Okay.
So it wasn't like too thirsty, but it was
The act in and of itself is the thirst.
The interacting.
The thirstometer is out of control. Just any comment on a tertiary sex fucking like literature website that I don't even know exists until you told me right now. And I've made my whole career is because of the internet, and I've never heard of this thing. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, you send the haiku. I'm telling you right now, it's not looking good. What's the next step? What happens next in this story, in this tale?
So like around that time, there was like some back and forths about like meeting up again, like either grabbing coffee.
I guess we gotta do a elite clue now,
or, like,
boys.
going climbing again. And then I saw her in like real life, and I kind of was like getting weird vibes from her. So she obviously, I guess, she figured out that I had replied to her like filthy story with after that I sent like one other message, and then it's been ghosted, or like she ghosted me after that, and I have not said anything else.
Okay.
But our, like, we live in a smaller kind of city, and our kids go to the same school, so like occasionally.
What an awesome little extra tidbit to drop at the end.
Same school as what?
As her kid. His kids go to the same school as her kids.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's a whole other level of this.
And so the last time I saw her, I was like in my vehicle, and she was at a crosswalk, and like rather than crossing the crosswalk, like it just seemed like we were both, you know, kind of like blinders on, trying not to make eye contact, but it seemed like she wasn't like crossing the street in front of me, like at a weird uncomfortable awkwardness.
Yeah, dude, this is not.
Want to send.
Look, I know parents are people too, right? I know you're just a regular guy. You can't be a father acting like this, man. Think of your kid finding out how thirsty for pussy you were. Think of her or him being like, damn, my dad really was down bad. He's fucking writing Japanese poetry for pussy. God damn, dude. Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, so I catch the drift here. You blew it for whatever reason. One of your many mistakes finally caught up to you, even though she seemed cool for a while. And you're saying basically like, now my default when I hear a situation like this is like, you gotta just take your lumps and move on, right? Like you just gotta, it's humiliating, whatever. We've all been there. We've all tried to fucking, the sauce wasn't thick enough for certain hot girls, right? We've all embarrassed ourselves, and that's okay. And you just take that L and you move on, and you remember for next time. You take these lessons the next time you're trying to fuck a hot MILF who also has really good grip strength, right? But how much, like, so I would say probably just don't bother her again. Is enough. And now how much of the like, so your kids go to the same school, like how often do you see, I guess you see her at the climbing gym, right? Like you're basically just worried about, this is a pretty small community and you don't want to seem like a dickhead, or what, or you're just afraid of, you don't want to be putting the blinders on every time you see her. What's the main worry here?
Right, exactly. I want her to, I want it to be like less awkward so that she isn't like changing her behavior because creepy me is like around. And so like I have not seen her at the climbing gym, and like I fear that I possibly have like made this gym into like an unsafe space for her to like go to or something like that. And so I kind of just want to like express, like, I'm pretty sure I like harass you, and I apologize for that. Like, I'm not.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
In your mind, what is the harassment here? Just your like, gay comment on her story or
making a pass at her. Here's what it is: making a pass at her, her saying no, seemingly taking it like a good guy, and then it seems like she CSI'd the fact that he's been horny for her this whole time through the comments and shit like that. Is that what you're thinking?
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure that's probably like a common occurrence for her.
Right,
also, right?
exactly. So, okay, I get where you're coming from, right? But I also know that, like, women, like, in my life, whether I was dating them or we were close friends or whatever, sometimes they have, like, I made this mistake once where it was somebody close to me was complaining about a guy being weird to her, right? And I was just like, that's fucking bullshit. I got mad, right? And I was like, dude, that's fucking unacceptable. And I, like, confronted the guy about it, right? And then he gave her a fucking apology. But then I remember her being like, hey, why the fuck did you do that? He was weird to me already. His apology is for him. It's not for me. Now I have to, like, make this guy feel better, even though I just wanted to move on, right? So I think here's my read on the situation. I say you just leave her alone. If you are ever, after you've put in enough, like, you're in the same small community, if after enough time you've put enough goodwill where she's not, like, actively avoiding you, and you've shown that you're a good guy and that you're not a creep, whatever, and you happen to be in another, whether it's a mutual friends party or you're at the climbing gym or whatever, you can say, you can then, and only then, if you're ever in a situation where you have to, like, see her again, you can be like, I really apologize for my behavior last year, whatever. Like, I feel like I made you uncomfortable. I was out of line. I will totally leave you alone. I just want you to know I'm sorry. So just that, if that ever comes up. But I think you don't, because the other thing is, creeps often use apologies as attempts to get back in there. And I think you just have to sit in this and you have to feel never getting forgiven. Because the apology is half for her, but it's half for you to be like, please absolve me of my horniness and the sins that I committed during when my dick was hard, right? And so you just have your punishment is never getting that feeling. And I think the best thing you can do is just kind of leave her alone. And if it ever comes up, or let's say you hear from a friend that she would like an apology or just whatever, right? If some situation where it makes sense and you're like and you're not like, I'm not saying like wait outside her apartment and say I'm sorry, but I'm saying if something naturally comes up or you hear that she'd appreciate an apology, then feel free to do it. But I just think you're probably better off leaving her alone and just wallowing in your minor guilt here.
I agree with that, and I think like I think I'm kind of like where I'm at with my busting too quick behavior, like where I just really want to avoid having to say I'm sorry.
The Sula doctrine.
I'm sorry for something that's like awkward and embarrassing, but because really what this is like, you're just embarrassed because you're way too horny. That's really what this is. And it's like, hey, good or bad, women, especially OnlyFans models, I'm sure, deal with this
Red
shit.
Pill Sula.
I mean, just like deal with this shit all the time. So I think the best thing you really can do to like bring back goodwill, just make her comfortable, is like, ignore her.
Fully leave her alone.
Ignore her at the gym. Maybe if you guys are like a foot away from each other, you just like make
I got this
eye
slide right there.
contact, or like it's unavoidable. Just say like hi with a smile.
Hello.
And keep it moving.
Hello, and keep it moving.
No chit chat, no nothing. Just make it clear to her, hey, I'm out the way. You do your workout, whatever you're gonna do, and I don't want to, I don't want to harass you or try to fuck you right now. And
yes.
Yeah, just like make it clear through that behavior, and the apology thing. I would say like the only time I would really even address that ever, even once you like, let's say months from now, she's kind of more comfortable and you guys are friendly again and start talking. The only time I would ever address that is if she brings it up.
Yeah,
otherwise,
that's probably fair.
Otherwise, I don't think you really need to say anything.
Yeah.
Because then you're just like admitting guilt for something that's not a crime. You're just like a thirsty motherfucker.
No, it's not about him. It's about her. And the more you're talking about it, it's like, you're right. If they've normalized shit again, the apology is almost unspoken. Because the way you've normalized this by behaving like a guy who doesn't want to fuck her at all. You basically have to treat her the way you would treat like a fat middle-aged man at your office. You know what I mean? Just some guy named Stan who smells kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like that's how you have to put your blinders on and treat her like a hunched over old man. Just hello, how are you doing?
Right.
And then move on.
Hello,
But yeah,
good sir.
I think we kind of got to the bottom of this.
Man, I've been watching J-Ski's fucking Pokemon card things, and now I'm getting recommended them all the time. It's insane.
You agreed to stay away! I lied.
May the Fourth be with you and all that. We've gathered here today to talk about the plot of The Force Unleashed, an action-adventure game from 2008, back when Lucasfilm Games wasn't owned by the Big Mouse. Imagine that for a moment with me, if you would. Isn't it wonderful? While I personally have a lot of fondness for this game, I know a lot of people don't like it for being over the top, schlocky, or at odds with established lore. The last one is particularly bewildering since the lore of Star Wars is a wild morass of all kinds of cool shit happening all the time. The point that most seem to get hung up on is power levels, because in The Force Unleashed you play as this random guy with no connection to anyone we've seen or heard from before, and he is extremely powerful in the Force, powerful enough that Darth Vader himself mistook his presence in the Force for a grown Jedi's master when he was but a child. He's so impressed with this child's raw potential that he takes the kid on as a secret apprentice, teaching him the ways of the Force to one day help him overthrow the Emperor. Did you cringe a little just now? Does that sound like self-indulgent fanfic to you? I'm gonna need you to take that feeling, punt it into a lake, and enjoy being cringe for once, you fucking nerd. The Force Unleashed crashed through our doors with a bottle of tequila in one hand and a bag of speed in the other, so that Jedi Fallen Order could respectably walk its ass in the morning after with coffee and donuts. So let's get started.
This guy's got aggressive commentary. I love it. Jesus. Bro, get in there. Alright. Okay, so we gotta go, for fuck's sakes. We gotta go to Trollheim. Sheesh. Get this clue done. up there, don't I? I don't even know if I'm going the right way. Something tells me I am. Go. John, what are you up to? Nice. What the fuck? I'm so confused. How do I get there? Bro. Bro, I'm so confused. Dude, are you kidding me? I could have just did this the whole time. Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. What's up, Rocky? I love random by random people and just call them nerd. It's so funny. Hey, Rocky baby. Brother, am I missing something here? You gotta go outside? You gotta go outside? Get going. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay, I know where I fucked up. I know what I fucked up. Hey, buddy. Yeah, it's fucking raining out there, isn't it? Yeah, it's raining outside, isn't it? Yeah. My dog hates the rain. It's hilarious. Okay. Dude, I hate this game, man. I hate this game. It trolled me so hard. It just trolled me so hard. Oh my god. That's an all-time moment right there. What? What are you whining about? What? Go downstairs. Go play. Go see Sativa. Fuck this game, man. $154. How many did I say? 154. 169. I have 15 quests. Yeah. Damn. Damn. But woo. All right, boys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go chill with my family for Thanksgiving. I'll be streaming later. Hope y'all have a good day. Peace.